say, ma? Say I'm blue, ma. What you say, ma? Say I'm blue, ma. What you say, ma? Say I'm blue, ma.
Of God Almighty, I hand over the authority to our Nigerian Director, Chief Dr. George Magalisa.
The first year in the life of an administration is significant in many ways. In the case of NIWA Managing Director Chief Dr. George Moghalu, which came to life on October 8, 2019, it was a time to pause and reflect on some of the accomplishments and challenges of the last 12 months. It was a moment to remember those events that shaped the authority. A time to ask questions about what could have been, what could have been done differently, and what could have been done better. In the last 1 year, the management of NIWA has made considerable strides to restore operational and regulatory integrity to the nation's waterway system. Here, it is safe to say that without the challenges of the devastating effect of coronavirus pandemic, NIWA would have recorded more successes in service delivery, revenue drive, provision of waterways infrastructure, human capacity development, and enhanced safety operations in NIWA. A responsible and sober reflection would help reposition the inland waterways to contemplate the next year and indeed the medium-term future of the authority. NIWA, no doubt, has a great future, and Moghalu Tax as the Managing Director and CEO is to harness and grow its resources to bring that future to fruition. The Managing Director of NIWA, George Moghalu, says, "The first anniversary is unique and singular opportunity to pay tribute to His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for deeming him worthy of the appointment to lead NIWA at this critical moment in the history of the inland waterway. The showcase of his resounding accomplishments in the last 1 year is a firm justification of the confidence reposed in him and management by Mr. President. It is a proof that such trust was well placed." On his first day of assumption of duties on October 8, 2019, the Managing Director and CEO, Chief Dr. George Moghalu, made a solemn pledge to the management and staff and stakeholders to faithfully execute the mandate given to him by President Muhammadu Buhari. His words, "I am convinced that together we will achieve the next level inspired by the timeless wisdom popularized by our President and Commander-in-Chief, President Muhammadu Buhari. I will strive to demonstrate in words and action that Nigeria is my constituency, he said. I came here to serve, and success is my priority. My interest in the inland waterways is to create the best out of the nation's inland waterways and make it more productive and efficient. Since then, Chief Dr. Moghalu proceeded aggressively to harness the waterways resources and implement viable projects that would help him fulfill his mandate. One of the first actions Chief Moghalu took on assumption of office was to embark on a tour of the authority area offices across the country. And these were no ordinary visit that the new chief executive are noted for. They were more than the usual familiarization tours. In undertaking the tours, Dr. Moghalu had a set of objectives beyond just knowing the area, offices, and meeting the staff.
So far so good. I've received reasonable cooperation from the team I'm working with, the team I met on ground. And as we keep going along, they will keep understanding me more. I too will also be understanding them and learning. Like I said, before I came to NIWA, I wasn't in the maritime industry. And a few times I've spoken. In fact, the first two meetings we had, I let them understand that I'm also learning the business. And they've been supportive. They've been quite encouraging.
During the visit, which were carried out in phases and in order of the regional locations, the managing director and CEO, after completing the tours of the area offices, the managing director met with contractors and various stakeholders. He first visited the management of Nigeria Television Authority (NTA) at the headquarters, Abuja, to seek media visibility for the activities of NIWA. Moghalu also visited the Accountant General of the Federation and the FCT Police Command, among others.
We set very high targets for ourselves. We want to achieve results. We want to justify the confidence of Mr. President in me as a person and in the organization. We want to meet up to the expectations of Nigerians. We want to do that which the Act says we should do and do it very well. And in doing this, there's no way you can think of operating or running this without this symbiotic relationship with the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation.
In driving his goals and objectives, the chief executive of maritime agencies were issues pertaining state security and needs to solidify synergy to move the waterways to a greater height.
Building new consciousness as it has to do with security of lives and property. You may have noticed that there was quite a number of accidents that came up not too long ago on our waterways, which gave us a lot of concern. So we have done quite a lot of investment in publicity, in sensitization, in getting the people to understand their responsibility, the importance of wearing of life jackets, the importance of having our boats, our vessels, in optimum capacity in terms of maintenance, using the right vessels, not operating outside the scheduled times and things like that, creating general awareness, then boat training of the operators. Our training facility is on. It wasn't there before. We have just started it, and we're using Worry as a test case. You may also know that within this period I came on board, we are working on the Worry dockyard, okay, so that we'll now make it a little more functional so that it can generate income.
The managing director showed a lot of passion for the staff welfare. He ensured that the bonus and salary for end of the year was paid promptly and approved the end of the year get-together party by deserving and retired staff. They were honored and given awards for their meritorious services. There, he restored the confidence in the management and staff of the authority.
By the time I came into office, there was also something that was very striking, and that is the morale of the staff. The staff were not happy. They didn't appear motivated. So we set out to change that narrative. And I would say to a reasonable extent that we've been able to get awaken the consciousness of the average worker in Niwa, to make them understand who we are, to build confidence in themselves, to know that they have a lot to contribute in the development of our country.
As part of efforts to provide comfortable office accommodation, the managing director has embarked on rehabilitation of the buildings at the headquarters and area offices, making the headquarters of Niwa look more like one of the leading parastatals in the maritime industry. In the last 1 year, the administration of Chief Dr. George Morgalo has moved swiftly to fulfill Niwa's key functions as a provider and regulator of safe and efficient water transportation on the waterways.
What we are doing, first of all, if I sit down here and tell you that we are going to stamp out accident on the waterways, then that is a lie. Because it's like somebody coming out to say there won't be road accident again in this country. That's also a lie. Even in civilized democracies, even in big economies, you still have accidents both on the waterways or on the roads. But the important thing here is that we need to bring it to the barest minimum. And what we've done in this regard is to enhance our enlightenment programs. For example, it is illegal now for you to go to any of our jetties to operate any vessel after 6:30 in the night. It's not possible because none of our jetties will allow you to operate. So what we're doing now is to enforce those protocols to ensure that people do it. You can't enter any vessel from any of our jetties without being properly kitted. You must wear your life jacket that has not expired, because don't forget, the life jackets are expirable.
The managing director commissioned a 36-seater ferry boat at Yelwaya Kebbi State. During the year, Niwa also acquired a 30-seater passenger capacity ferry for development on the nation's waterways. Under Dr. Morgalo administration, Niwa has been clearing water hyacinth from the nation's waterways. This in fulfillment of his environmental responsibilities. In his first year in office, Dr. Morgalo moved to promote water transportation, especially movement of bulk cargo, as an excellent alternative to road transportation. One of the ways to realize this was the signing of a memorandum of understanding with the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas, NUPENG. At forging closer ties means their products are ferried safely and securely on waterways, thereby keeping petrol tanker explosion on our roads and other associated hazards.
Very strongly, like I do, and like I've said many times, that we have to decentralize our means of transportation, particularly of bulk cargo. You see, you can't subject our roads to the pressure we are subjecting it to now and expecting those roads to remain okay over time. It certainly will not work. Like I tried to analyze, if, for example, you have 1,000 containers going from Lagos to Onitsha or the southeast, the truth is that you also have to put 1,000 trailers on the road. And that is not acceptable. The roads are not designed to carry such weight and survive. And if we have the option of moving it either by rail or by water, why not? So, and that is why I'm very concerned, and a lot of people are concerned too, on the need to make our waterways all year round navigable so that we can move bulk cargo, ferries can move moving passengers. The advantage we have here is that by the grace of God, the mercies of the Almighty, We have over 10,000 kilometers of waterways in Nigeria that you can reach 28 states of this country by water. Today, we only have slightly over 3,000 kilometers of waterways all year navigable. So we must do something about it to break the jinx. I believe that we can break the jinx and make the needed impact on our national economy. Because if we can move vessels, barges, flat bottom barges between Lagos and Onitsha, most of this cargo that is going to the southeast can go by water. They can go by water. And if we're able to achieve that, that would be wonderful. And I bet you I'm working very seriously about it. By next week, I will be in Lagos again. I'm talking with some barge operators who are willing to move consignments from Lagos to Onitsha. Fortunately for us, both the MD of MPA, the ES of Shippers Council, the DG of Remasa, everybody agrees with me. So I've been assured that there will be cargo to move, some trying to enter into partnerships, PPP arrangements with barge owners who are ready to do business with us.
During the partial closure of the third mainland bridge for rehabilitation by the federal government, which created traffic on the way, NEWA stepped up to collaborate with stakeholders to ease the waterways traffic.
For example, when the bridge was closed, one of the things we did was to partner with one of our, what do I call him, one of PPP operator. Then we that provided 2 floating platforms, jetties, in 2 locations in Lagos, so that we can provide opportunity to move more passengers. We also, like I said the last time, we brought down our cost by 25%. We got the boat operators to increase their fleet. Some of them added their fleet. We added the much we can, especially in very critical areas where there's greater pressure.
Like all sectors of the economy, the maritime industry was severely hit by the novel coronavirus, but thankfully, under the leadership of the managing director and CEO, the nation's waterway system weathered the storm.
When the challenge, the coronavirus challenge came up, you will agree with me that it wasn't pre-planned, it wasn't premeditated, it just came as a surprise the world over. And what we needed to do at that time task force, and then also to the
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to welcome you to the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021, the virtual session. This session is the 6th International Maritime Business-to-Business Virtual Conference and Exhibition 2021. Since its first outing in 2015, the Lagos International Maritime Week has played host to the brightest minds in the maritime industry from around the world in its bid to recognize, showcase, and celebrate maritime resources and potentials which abound within Africa and the world. We're proud to say that we have a threefold objective, which is to bring together regulators and policymakers in the maritime industry around the world on the one hand, and all those who do business in the maritime space to foster an understanding of the circumstances which engenders maritime policies, and then create an opportunity for harmonization. It also provides an opportunity for maritime stakeholders to share experiences of their counterparts across the world in order to tackle their local challenges. It's going to be an exciting session, I can assure you of that. And to ensure that this happens, we have a rich blend of topical issues which cross across the industry, paramount of which is the seemingly perennial issue of the security situation in the Gulf of Guinea. We're also going to discuss a lot of other issues like port efficiency, which has seemed to dog many developing maritime nations, with a view to galvanize all the ideas available from the resource persons and then chart a course for efficiency and development in the long run. We've also put together an equally rich composition of seasoned persons from around the world to deal with the issue, whom you shall meet shortly. We only ask that you sit back and enjoy the cruise with us. To ensure that it is highly interactive, conveniently interactive, we have a few rules which shall help us as we sail the coast. First of all, if you have any concerns or need to communicate with the organizers, kindly type your questions in the chat box, and we shall do our best to attend to all your concerns. If you have, you can't hear us, or you are not able to speak with any of us, just put up your question on the chat box. And then during the question and answer sessions, you have the option of raising your hand. We shall see it, and the moderators or whoever is in charge will let you speak, because we want you to be as highly interactive as possible. Then you can also type your questions in the chat box. We'll see it and read it out. That is if you don't want to speak. Either way, your questions will be dealt with appropriately. And of course, we encourage you to direct your questions to any of either the panelists or the moderators or any person, in fact, to deal with the issues, especially if they are specific to the office or the position a particular person is holding. Occasionally, you might see a question pop up on your screen. Don't be alarmed. It's for the purpose of an opinion poll, which we are conducting for various issues in the maritime industry. and we ask that you kindly provide us with your views. It will help one way or the other in changing the world. So I ask that you enjoy the session with us, make it highly interactive. Let us have your contributions as much as possible. And we, on our own parts, we promise to keep to time and ensure that the day is well spent. Without wasting so much time, I shall call on the convener of this August occasion in the person of Mrs. Orisematoson Edodo Emore, an accomplished maritime lawyer, an accomplished maritime arbitrator, a lawyer par excellence, and the chairman of Zoo Maritime Resources, the convener of the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021. We invite Mrs. Emore to address us and tell us why we're here. Thank you very much, madam. You're welcome.
Good morning. The Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to Nigeria, Ambassador Sune Krogstrup, my lords spiritual and my lords temporal, members of the Fourth Estate. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021. It is wonderful to be able to host the international community every year to deliberate upon matters concerning the maritime industry and international maritime trade, despite the current challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic. Much to our amazement, the emergence of COVID-19 has brought us tremendous benefits in the sense that we can now host the global community from our single location, and our speakers and delegates can interact with us from their different locations all over the world. We are excited about the theme for this year's event, Seafarers and Maritime Capacity at the core of Africa's shipping future. We have borrowed part of the theme from the IMO. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of seafarers and maritime capacity in the development of an efficient maritime industry. For Africa to make any significant contribution towards shipping, she must take cognizance of the need to build maritime capacity and sustainable maritime infrastructures. To this end, we shall listen to the wisdom of Heritha Nankole Muyoba, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of Namibia Dockyard and Ship Repair Company, as she gives us some practical insights into the subject and profiles solutions. The Gulf of Guinea, which houses some of the world's richest natural resources, is threatened by much violence and insecurity. In today's global community, what affects one community, whether negative or positive, has resounding consequences in other parts of the world. At this meeting, we shall see how the international community is collaborating to make the Gulf of Guinea a safer place. We are pleased to welcome the United States Naval Forces Africa, the French Naval Forces, to the Lagos International Maritime Week for the first time. The use of inland waterways is paramount to transportation of goods and passengers in Africa. Although Nigeria is blessed with 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways, whether this whole length is available for use all year round is a different matter. The Roundtable on Marine Transportation and Port Development will throw some light on how the National Inland Waterways Authority and corresponding state organizations and the private sector will tackle this challenge. The sanctity of the marine environment is not only important for food security, but also relevant for safe shipping. Plastic pollution is proving to be quite a challenge in Africa. At this meeting, we shall learn what the United Nations Environment Programme Abidjan Convention is doing about this menace. The Abuja Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control for West and Central African region is active in enforcing safe shipping, and that only seaworthy ships ply the coast of West and Central African region. We are pleased to welcome them for the first time to the Lagos International Maritime Week. Maritime insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea has stimulated the development of relevant legislations to deal with armed robbery at sea and other maritime offenses in some jurisdictions. For example, Nigeria's Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act 2019. What is clear is that uniform legislative and concerted efforts within the region are necessary implements for solving regional maritime security problems. As usual, we are happy to welcome the inputs of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, which has exclusive maritime jurisdiction, and the Nigerian Maritime Law Association on this important subject. Women continue to make giant strides in their contribution to the maritime industry worldwide. Considering the worldwide conflicts, and especially the ones that touch us directly in Africa, we shall deal with the subject of women, peace, and security in the maritime space. As usual, we are pleased to welcome the Women's International Shipping and Trading Association, WISTA, the Women in Maritime of West and Central Africa, WIMOCA, and the Women in Maritime Africa, WIMA Africa, to throw some light on these important subjects. Nous sommes ravis d'avoir parmi nous aujourd'hui le vice-admiral d'escadre Olivier Lebas, le préfet maritime d'Atlantique. Nous espérons que vous aimiez cette expérience avec nous et que notre relation suite à ce programme fleurit. We would like to thank our sponsors, the National Inland Waterways Authority and Frisvillian Ventures, for their invaluable support in the actualization of this project. I would also like to thank God for a wonderful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairman of Zoe Maritime Resources.
So, thank you very much for your welcome here in this meeting. It's an honor for me to be with you. Perhaps so I propose to start my presentation. Just about the French approach in the region of Gulf of Guinea. Firstly, I will present the French forces deployed in the region. And because we have a permanent presence for more than 30 years, and through the operation Corimbe. And that is a presence all over the Gulf of Guinea through the deployment, which include first national assets. For example, one Falcon 50 surveillance maritime aircraft in Senegal. We have also a deployment of patrol ship in the region, and also a network of liaison officer and spread in more than 15 countries all around the Gulf of Guinea for cooperation in many domains around the maritime activities. This national action is covering all the domain of the maritime security. Of course, we have piracy with the French ship patrol regularly in Paris.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes?
Sorry, sir. It's actually not time for your address, sir. Please. We're going to call on the ambassador of Denmark to Nigeria. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's time for us to hear the goodwill message from the ambassador of Denmark to Nigeria. We understand he's amongst us. His Excellency, Mr. Sune Krogstrup. Could you please bring him to the floor, please? Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. I hope the sound is good. Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Chief of Naval Staff, representatives of the Nigerian Navy, Dr. Bashir Jamo, the Director General of NIMASA, other distinguished experts and maritime security actors from Nigeria and the region here present, distinguished facilitators and organizers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It gives me great pleasure to make these remarks on behalf of the Danish government on the occasion of the 6th International Maritime Business-to-Business Conference. This event is about showcasing the maritime industry of Nigeria and Africa, networking, advocating, and identifying solutions to Africa's maritime transportation challenges. This conference comprises roundtables on many important topics such as maritime transportation, maritime security, maritime law and arbitration, port development, marine environment, maritime training and education, and women in maritime. Nigeria is taking giant strides in engaging the maritime domain for blue wealth creation. An important part of this is to engage in the process of improving secure shipping within its waters and the wider Gulf of Guinea, which is critical to developing a blue economy. Denmark is very much interested in this development, and indeed all activities that address secure and safe shipping in the Gulf of Guinea region. 30 to 40 Danish operated ships sail through the Gulf of Guinea daily with an average trade value of about $1.6 billion annually. And Nigeria is among the primary markets for these Danish commercial vessels. Since 2015, the Danish government has committed resources to enhance maritime security through various peace and stabilization engagements in the Gulf of Guinea region. Our program targets civilian as well as military pathways to support capable maritime and law enforcement institutions at a national and regional level.
Also.
As a recent dimension of supporting enhanced maritime response, the Danish frigate Esbern Snare arrived on a 6-month deployment to the Gulf of Guinea.
Actually,
This deployment includes a Seahawk helicopter, military, police personnel, a unit of naval special forces, and an expanded medical team. This deployment is an indication that Denmark takes its responsibility as a global marine nation seriously. On behalf of the government of Denmark, I applaud the government of Nigeria and other states in the Gulf of Guinea for their efforts in addressing the maritime security problem in the region. Compared to the same period last year, there has been a significant reduction in the number of attacks on vessels in the region in the last 2 quarters of 2021. I am positive that this event will encourage all stakeholders to join forces to showcase the best of the maritime industry of Nigeria and Africa, and be assured that the government of Denmark will continue to support the government of Nigeria and the respective stakeholders in the efforts to ensure safe and secure shipping. I wish you a good and productive event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Ambassador of Denmark to Nigeria, for the goodwill address. Without wasting much time, we wish to call on the keynote address speaker in the person of the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki. Is she around? If she's around, she should please come up, or her representative. If she's around, would like to recognize her presence for the keynote address, please. She's around, or her representative.
Yeah, very good.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, madam. You're welcome. Thank you very much, madam. We're glad to have you in our midst. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants at this conference. My name is Rita Machazuka, and it is my privilege and duty to represent the Honorable Minister, or to present the Honorable Minister's keynote address at this conference, which I read. Keynote address by the Honorable Minister of State Transportation on Marine Transportation delivered at the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021 at the International Maritime Business to Business Conference, scheduled to take place virtually from 7 to 8 December 2021. May I observe the protocols duly established by the convener today and respect our dignitaries here. It is my pleasure to deliver the keynote address of the 2021 Lagos International Maritime Week, LIM Week, and open the 6th International Maritime Business to Business Virtual Conference. I commend the choice of this year's theme, which is Seafarers and Maritime Capacity at the core of Africa's shipping future. I wish to extend my best wishes to the organizers of this conference for providing a platform of engagement among stakeholders in the maritime sector from the various backgrounds. I appreciate and welcome all well-wishers and stakeholders in the maritime sector present here for their share of support to the development of the sector. I'm very optimistic that LIM Week 2021 will showcase the best of the maritime industry of Nigeria and Africa, and will to a large extent proffer solutions to Africa's maritime transportation challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin this keynote address by refreshing our memories on what marine transportation entails. Maritime transport, or ocean transport, or more generally, waterborne transport, is the transport of people, passengers or goods cargo via waterways. Though the advent of aviation has diminished the importance of sea travel for passengers, it is still popular for short trips and pleasure cruises. Transfer by water is cheaper than transfer by air, despite fluctuating exchange rates and a fee placed on freight charges for carrier companies known as the currency adjustment factor. Maritime transport
We apologize for the slight break in transmission. I'm sure it will come back, get back to her in a few minutes. We'll crave your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to get her back on track so that she can complete her speech. So if you could just crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes to get her back. Thank you very much. We're trying to get her reconnected. We have information that she's trying to come back. All right. Apparently, the technical challenges are more serious than we anticipated. All right. We apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for the break. Okay, she's back. She's back. Okay, we're happy to announce she's back. Please go ahead, madam. Thank God she's back.
We're sorry for the power outage we had. So I'll just continue with the last sentence. Maritime trade accounts for roughly 80% of international trade, according to UNCTAD in 2020. Maritime transport can be realized over any distance by boat, ship, sailboat, or barge, over oceans and lakes, through canals or along rivers for purposes of commerce, recreation, or military operations. While extensive inland shipping is less critical today, the major waterways of the world, including many canals, are still very important and are integral parts of worldwide economies. Virtually any material can be moved by water. However, water transport becomes important when material delivery is such as various types of perishable products that may not be effectively freighted by reefers. Still, water transport is highly cost-effective with regular schedulable cargoes, such as transoceanic shipping.
Apparently, she's.
It is, however, fascinating to note that the federal government has come up with some initiatives to address the challenges confronting maritime transportation, improve productivity, create employment opportunities, and ensure sustainable development. Some of these initiatives are combating of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea through the Deep Blue Project, which was initiated by the Federal Ministry of Transportation in collaboration with Ministry of Defense. Training and retraining of seafarers through the National Seafarers Development Program, development of draft National Maritime Policy, which when approved will ensure sustainability and advancement of the maritime subsector. Due to paucity of funds, government has devised a means to develop the ports through the PPP arrangement. Deliberate programs to encourage women participation in the maritime sector being one of the key goals in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. For example, the WISTA, the WIMA, and the WILAT. Putting in place anti-piracy law, provision of both fiscal and monetary incentives with regards to green light charges in the ports, etc. In conclusion, I would like to once again express my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to enable participants access maritime transport and logistics performance offer solutions to challenges, and promote investment and job creation. In addition, I would like to appreciate the sponsors that supported this event and implore them to continue to assist in the development of the sector. It is therefore my hope and expectation that this conference will provide solutions and recommendations that will help add value to the maritime sector and the country at large. I hereby declare the 6th International Maritime Business-to-Business Virtual Conference open. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Mrs. Doreen Lazarus. We thank you for the incisive keynote address. We shall move on now to the public lecture. The public lecture is to be given by the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Dry Dock and Ship Repair Property Limited, in the person of Mrs. Herita Nankole Muyoba. Mrs. Muyoba has an MPhil in people management. She has an experience of 28 years in human resources, 10 years as an executive maritime expert. She's a talent economist, change management specialist. She has served on the board of Air Namibia. She's a member of the Namibia Institute of Pathology and the Namibia Institute of Public Management. She's a community activist for women in the maritime cause. We most especially welcome her to deliver the public lecture of today's event. Madam, please.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can see me. And greetings from Southwest Africa, Namibia. I'm glad to be part of this event. And let me acknowledge in her absentia, the Honorable Minister of Transportation in Nigeria, and also His Excellency, the Danish ambassador, who has given us the presentation earlier, or a message of goodwill. I'm going to try and share my presentation. I see that the host has disabled my sharing. Maybe if I can just have that access. I'm going to give you from a practical point of view in terms of the theme of the conference is Seafarers at the core of the shipping future in Africa. And being a woman, I always say that no seafarers, no shipping, no shopping. So that's how critical the seafarers are. So at the end of the day, I should be able to explain. I believe that tomorrow we are going to have a session on the development and skills development in the sector. And from a practical point of view, we also need to understand what are we talking about in terms of the seafarers. Because as I was growing, I was always informed that seafarers are the people who are wearing nice uniforms, the captains, the engineers, and all those type of skills within the industry, and also for the shipping. But as I became older, I came to learn that every crew member, you know, the chef and the engineers, these are all classified as seafarers. So in the long run, from African point of view, how do we make sure that our shipping industry is sustainable moving forward? Because there's a number of skills that is required in the industry. And as Africa, it's the biggest market in the world as far as the requirement is concerned. So we will also take note. I think the presenters of tomorrow's will give us the latest research on the required skills. So I'm looking at the number of skills that is required in the industry. And I'm saying so because my topic is on skills development and capacity building within the sector. And the sector means the whole Africa as a continent. So as far as the shipping skills is required is concerned, there's a number of areas that we can train our youth. It is maritime transportation, naval service, naval architect, fisheries and aquaculture, maritime lawyers, ship surveyors, and environmentalists, the tag masters, engineers, pilots, and cabin attendants, and hospitality staff. Being part or having served in the airline industry, there's a lot of similarities between this industry and the airline. And it is critical that Africa as a continent gets their skills right and the skill sets and match clearly. If you look at the global statistics in terms of, this should be an old statistics. I couldn't get to the latest statistics. We are looking at 1.647, 500 seafarers across the world. And also it gives us a sort of a portion of over 700 officers and over 800 ratings. And we also need to understand that the biggest maritime nations are the China of this world, the Philippines, Indonesia, Russia, Ukraine. These are the 5 largest maritime nations in the world. So if you look at that, where are we as Africans in terms of developing these skills moving forward for the continent? Because at the end of the day, there is a bigger number of demand in terms of the skills moving forward. What is critical for this sector is that you are not training only for Africans, but you are also training for the whole world because of the short supply of the skills. So if you look at Africa, I mean, we have, it's almost 70% of African states are maritime states. And the biggest challenge that we have as an African coming from a maritime nation is that some of our African maritime nations are not whitelisted. And because we are not whitelisted, it becomes challenges in terms of developing those skills. So if I was counting yesterday, if you look at IMO listings of whitelisting, it looks like we are 18 or 20 African states that are whitelisted. What does that mean to Africa at the end of the day? It means that we need to collaborate more. We are 54 member states. Of the 54 member states, we have 38 member states that have access to the sea, blue economy, to the lakes. Now, of those 38 member states that have access to the blue economy, we need to ensure that we have the potential to train and to collaborate as far as skills development is concerned. And I said that 70% of our states are coastal borders, of which we have coastlines, and then 30% of the countries in Africa are landlocked, and their imports and exports are done through 90% through our seaways. So the maritime resources, like any other minerals that we have in Africa, becomes then a significant asset for Africans and Africa at large. So at the end of the day, 95%, or like the minister's speech says, 90% of our trade are carried by the foreign flagged vessels. So again, the question is, where is Africa in this whole trade at the end of the day? So looking at the fleet ownership, it looks like we own only 1.2 or 1.5% of the fleet, worldwide fleet, in terms of the next slide, Madam Moderator. So at the end of the day, we own 1.5% of the fleet or less than that. And but we are consuming our imports and exports are done by 95% of by foreign flagged vessels. So at the end of the day, what is happening with our own, the little that we have in terms of our fleet? Who is managing that in terms of the seafarers? Who's seafaring our vessels? As far as my experience is concerned, is that most of the captains, most of the engineers on some of the African vessels are foreign trained, as I said, from the 5 leading maritime nations. If we can go to the next slide. Yes, that's what I could pick from the system in terms of the fleet. So the question that comes from human resources development and maritime sector skills development is that where and when are we going to start our own leadership and technical competencies pipeline? At the end of the day, in a nutshell, we have 1.2, 1.5 in terms of the world vessel fleet. It might have changed along the way, but we have 26,000 domestic or 48,000 domestic coastline and 100 plus minus 100 ports in the world. And we are primary of all maritime routes around Africa. So Africa, we have a big share in terms of the maritime imports and export moving forward. So we are the 15% of the world's population, and that is not a small number. If you look at that number moving forward, as far as development is concerned. So we need to turn that profile into opportunities in terms of growing the continent for the inhabitants of the continent. And we can only do so if we develop the skills. And the skills doesn't come cheap. We need to take directed interventions to ensure that we develop our own skills. So what are the labor solutions to these challenges in terms of what can we do at the end of the day? There is a number of global shortages as far as crew members are concerned. And because of that, again, we need to utilize the potential and opportunities that we have to train our youth to ensure that we take them through the employment, ensure that they are fully employed in the sector on the African continent. We can move to the next slide. So if you look in terms of unemployment, you know, we have over 400 million young Namibians, young Africans between 15 and 35 years old. So the youth, of which 10% of those are unemployed on average. But some of the African countries, that unemployment rate is ranging between 37 and 40 or goes beyond 40%. So there is a problem. And because of that problem, we need to address it urgently. So in terms of, there are some suggestions that we need to put in place as far as, if you look at the shortage of labor, as far as the maritime sector is concerned, there is a room where we can get our youth employed in our respective member states or also in terms of on the international labor market as far as maritime sector is concerned. We need to raise awareness through career fairs, career exhibitions to ensure that the youth understand what is happening on the market. It's a God-given assets that we have access to seas, to oceans, to the lakes, and we need to make use of that to ensure that our labor unemployment has to improve. And as I said, 38% or 70% of Africa have access to the blue economy. And because of that 70%, we can multiply that to ensure that the whole Africa is trained, that they can offer services to Africans and offer services outside Africa. So we need to harness that potential. So there is a number of interventions that I'm recommending, because at the end of the day, I will attend the sessions tomorrow, but we need to do some research in terms of understanding what is the African labor market requirements as far as seafarers are concerned, and where is that the gaps are within the 38 member states that have access to the sea. And we need to develop in terms of database of the training institutions that are found on the continent, and also ensure that these training institutions have got qualified trainers, and we can train our own people, from one country to the next country. So we need to invest in order to develop our skills. The money doesn't come cheap. I'll show an example of what is happening in Namibia as far as the training of the seafarers are concerned. So we need to start what is called the manning levels agencies, so that we can start managing our resources. COVID have taught us many things. We had a number of projects at our dockyard, but then we lost those projects, not necessarily or primarily because of COVID, but it was primarily because of lack of skills. The high value skills like your superintendent, your surveyors are not readily available in Africa. So that's why we are saying we need to develop those skills. So we have lost income, and if the shipyard loses income, it means that the economy of the town, economy of the country, and economy of the continent at large have lost income moving forward, because we know that every dollar that is spent in the shipyard, there's a $2 spent in the community and in that local economy. So that is the multiplier that the African continent can address and exploit to ensure, number one, to develop our own skills, to satisfy the needs of our market as far as the 38 core countries are concerned, and for those whitelisted countries to ensure that we help other maritime nations to get whitelisted moving forward. So there is a typical type of programs that we follow in Namibia. And for those who understand, Namibia is a maritime nation, but we are still not yet whitelisted. So what do we do in order to ensure that we have skills? Because we need to exploit what we have. So we have a typical type of system that we follow, which is the next slide on my presentation, that we have started now, I think 10 years ago, from a high school level. If you can go to the next slide. We have started putting the whole program together because 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we sent a number of young Namibians for training. And because of the magnitude of the training, some of these Namibian seafarers got lost in terms of the international waters, because the international waters could pay them more than the national companies in Namibia. So at the end of the day, we needed to find a way of how are we bringing these trainees back, or qualified seafarers back to Namibia, so that they can come and work for the nation, but also for the continent. So we have structured a program in place that, with the assistance of our neighboring country, South Africa, we have started the program that is called Catch Them Young, in terms of getting our grade 10 to grade 12 into high school, where they are doing maritime related subjects. I've seen that also with the Philippines. I've seen that also with the Australians. I think it's a good start in terms of creating awareness, creating what are the benefits, what are the available careers in the maritime sector. So we have now we are sending kids for grade 10, 11, and 12 to Simonstown in Cape Town, where we are training them. And that is a start of our pipeline as far as skills development is concerned. But it becomes very much expensive because we are importing in terms of training money into the neighboring country. I don't have a problem with that because we need to collaborate. That is the idea, that Africans that have got access to infrastructure, access to training facilities, that we collaborate. So instead of sending 25 kids, for example, I can only afford to send 6 kids per year. So somewhere, somehow, I'm pro, and I would like to see how can we collaborate with the white-listed countries like South Africa, bringing home the trainers into Namibia, but giving certificate from South Africa at the end of the day, which means 80% of the money will be spent on tuition, but that can be done in Namibia, and 20% of the money that we are spending can be done in South Africa for the certification and all that. So the kids will go from grade 10 to grade 12, and then from there they will transition into the bachelor's degree into South Africa. And once that is done, we have also an agreement in terms of the Maritime Authority in South Africa, so that they can train our kids. And this is the program. So all in all, it takes one child 12 years to qualify to become a seafarer, as far as Namibian system and South African system is concerned. And that 12 years doesn't come cheap, because on an annually basis, as I said, we are paying almost a $250,000 for one trainee in South Africa. So the 38 countries that we have in Africa, we need to collaborate. We need to ensure that we create satellite campuses for the companies that are closer, or for the nations that are closer to the sea and to the lakes. So training a seafarer is not a cheap exercise. So somewhere, somehow, that's why I'm saying we need to spend money in terms of creating those skills. And I'm happy that somewhere, somehow, from an African Union point of view, there is 2050 integrated strategy, maritime strategy, that needs to be put into action. It's good on paper, but the implementation thereof, we need to start interrogating, because we are sitting on diamonds, we are sitting on gold, we are sitting on a resource that is God-given, but we are not exploiting those because we don't have skills. We can only exploit this potential if we develop our 400 million youth between 15 to 25 into training them to become surveyors, to become pilots, to ensure that we have skills within Africa. I'm not sure whether I have the next slide. So part of the challenges that we have from an African continent point of view that need harnessing at an AU level is that our maritime authorities, we need to have a bit of alignment as far as protocols are concerned, in terms of how do we have a standard as far as the maritime authorities are concerned, because there we already have skill shortages as far as some of the countries are concerned, from Namibia and all that at the end of the day. So we need also to encourage, in terms of the 38 member states, to encourage and help them to get whitelisted, because the more they get whitelisted, the more they can train as far as IMO courses are concerned. Funding is the biggest problem in terms of finding. You know, when we started creating engineers in Africa, we have established some funds that addressing the requirements for that sector. I believe that at a continental level, we need to find a funding mechanism to ensure that we take through our kids into training. We need to ensure that our training are accredited through the IMO whitelisting process. Because at the end of the day, if we are not whitelisted, we are training in Namibia and we are training for Namibian companies. But when you want to send these kids at international ships, they might be on the layup here, but we cannot send our own kids in those ships or vessels because we don't have a whitelisted kind of accredited. And the major, biggest challenge, that 1%, 1.5% fleet, it's also a challenge as far as skills development is concerned, because you need a vessel to train. We'll send kids, as I said, to universities, but at the end of the day, we need sea time. So it's like 36 months, or that month needs to be spent to be spent at sea. So that sea time doesn't come easy, and it becomes part of our problems, because I sit with kids who have done their bachelor's degrees, but they cannot practice because they don't have sea time. So those are the challenges. And I believe if we can address those from an African point of view, we should be able to take this continent at a higher level. And it is our responsibilities as participants in this sector, as participants in this industry, to ensure that we prepare Africa for tomorrow from a maritime perspective and sustainability point of view. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam. The lecture was quite incisive. It was deep, and it came from somebody who has a lot of experience. In fact, a couple of things struck me from the paper. The first was the issue of what seems like the brain drain, because our own local maritime industries are not well developed. You see foreign or developed maritime countries harvesting the talents we have here. And I was also struck by her recommendation that whitelisted countries in Africa collaborate with the ones that are still developing to ensure that the industry develops, on a very much larger scale. It was a very nice presentation, very in-depth, and the recommendations are on point. Thank you very much, Madam. All right, moving on. We would like to recognize once again our sponsors to this program, the National Inland Waterways Authority and Fitzwilliams Ventures Limited. We appreciate your contributions to making this day a success. We're doing very well for time, and without wasting much time, we shall go into the business, the main business of the day, the panel, the discussions by the panelists. And the first issue here has to do with the Gulf of Guinea, one of the elephants in the room. So to moderate this particular roundtable, we have Vice Admiral Dele Joseph Ezoba. We want to recognize his presence among us. And is he being granted access? Okay. I understand he's been granted access. Vice Admiral Joseph Ezoba is a distinguished naval officer, and as an accomplished security officer, he has held several strategic positions in the maritime sphere. He was the Chief of Naval Staff in 2014. He was a member of the governing board of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the NIMASA, the statutory agency saddled with responsibility of maritime security in Nigeria. Nigerian waters. He comes to us with a wealth of experience regarding the topical issue of the situation in the Gulf of Guinea. And we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Is he on, sir? Is he connected?
Yes, I said thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Okay, he's here. Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Bright, do I have the floor? Mr. Bright, do I have the floor? Can you hear me?
Please go ahead, sir. We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please go ahead. Yes, we can. Please go ahead, sir.
All right, thanks.
Yes.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to most sincerely start by appreciating the Lagos International Maritime Week organizers for putting up this very laudable intellectual platform for people, professionals, and stakeholders in the maritime sector to share ideas on the all-important issue of maritime security, particularly as it pertains to the Gulf of Guinea sub-region. Specific for mention is the chair, Zo Maritime Resource Limited, Barrister Edodo Emore, who has painstakingly, with her team, put this together, and for giving me the honor and privilege as an invitee to superintend over this session, Roundtable 1. I'd like to say that the Gulf of Guinea and its strategic importance has become a recurring decimal in the geostrategic discussion of our sub-region. Only a week ago, the Nigerian Navy took the privilege and latitude to organize the 2021 Sea Power for Africa Symposium. It was a global event attended by most maritime stakeholders across the globe, a resounding success. And the issues discussed at that all-important symposium are germane and relevant to the topic of discourse today. It goes to say, therefore, that the Gulf of Guinea is being recognized as a new frontier for economic development of littoral states, including landlocked states within the African continent, particularly those that border the Gulf of Guinea sub-region. Having said that, I'd like to say that the topic of discourse for Roundtable 1, as captured by the organizers, is international cooperation to secure the Gulf of Guinea stakeholders' perspective. The topic is loaded and requires a lot of thought to be able to do justice to it. And I'm glad to report to the audience that we have very reputable individuals, qualified, with depth of experience, both in academics and professional competence, to do justice to this topic as panelists. And I'd like to quickly introduce them, but I will crave their indulgence to please allow me to give a very abridged version of their curriculum vitae. And I hope I have their consent in this regard. Number one among the panelists to discuss this all-important topic is the Chief of the Naval Staff of the Nigerian Navy, Vice Admiral Anwar Zubairu Gambo. He hails from Kano State. He is of the 36th regular course of the Nigerian Defense Academy, an erudite scholar, a diplomat, and during the period that he's served this country distinctively, he's held various command appointments, both ashore and afloat. He is a graduate of the National Defense College of South Africa, and today he is the incumbent, the Chief of Naval Staff of the Nigerian Navy. I present to you all the Chief of Naval Staff and the First Sea Lord of the Nigerian Navy, Vice Admiral Anwar Gambo. The next on the list of panelists is also a diplomat of repute. Ambassador Adenike Okonga. She's currently the Executive Secretary of the Gulf of Guinea Commission. She has served as Undersecretary for African Affairs in charge of Nigeria's African bilateral and multilateral relations. She's a political economist, a diplomat with African countries and African intergovernmental organizations. Before now, she was High Commissioner of Nigeria to Jamaica with concurrent accreditation as a High Commissioner to Belize and Ambassador of Nigeria to Haiti and Dominican Republic. She is a renowned diplomat with more than 35 years of service to motherland. Join me in welcoming Ambassador Florence Adenike Okonga. The next on the list is Dr. Bashir Jamo, who is the DG of NIMASA. We all know him. For those of us who are here in Nigeria, for the wonderful job he's doing with NIMASA. He holds a PhD degree from the University of Port Harcourt in logistics and transport management, and with over 32 years of professional and technocratic experience in transport and maritime sector of the economy, is no better placed but to manage the regulatory agency for maritime administration in Nigeria. So join me as we welcome Dr. Bashir Jamo, the DG of NIMASA. Equally of note, as a panelist, is Lieutenant Commander Shanice Kendall of the United States Navy. She's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, Annapolis, with a Bachelor's of Science degree in chemistry. She's also a graduate of the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, where she obtained a Master of Science degree in Operations Research with distinction. She is a surface warfare officer and has served on board many American ships, both ashore and afloat. At some point, she was Deputy Director of Coalition Coordination Center under Combined Maritime Forces at the 5th Fleet Headquarters, responsible for operations in support of integrated and coordinated counter-piracy operations for Task Force 150, 151, and 152. Currently, she is the Operations Officer at the Military Sea Lift Command, Euro Africa Command, and of course, Commander Task Force 63, and the Gender Focal Point for Naval Forces Europe and in Africa in Naples, Italy. She has won many personal awards, which include the Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medal, Gold Stars, and the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal with Gold Stars, as well as multiple unit and service awards. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Lieutenant Commander Kendall. The last but not the least, on the part of the panelists, is our very revered Vice Admiral Olivia Lebas of the French Navy. Olivia is a graduate of engineering from the Institute of Kataleke. He has also successfully completed French War College and the NATO Defense College in Rome. Earlier in his career, he was a fighter pilot in naval aviation, and his sorties included many assignments in board ships, and he equally held 4 operational unit commands. In his 25 years of service experience in planning and conducting and directing military operations on many theaters, he has excelled and ensured that all that was needed to do to achieve those objectives were rightly so put in place. Currently, he is the Maritime Prefect of the Atlantic Command of the Atlantic Maritime Zone of the French Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Vice Admiral Olivia Lebas. Having introduced the members of the panelists, it is therefore incumbent on me to set the stage for the discourse of the paper or the topic as it is. Importantly, in the circumstance as we find ourselves today, international cooperation to secure the Gulf of Guinea stakeholders' perspective calls for an in-depth understanding of the logic. And in the circumstance, I want to ensure that each of the panelists is given enough time to express themselves and share their thoughts with us. So we have 1 hour, 30 minutes, including the time that I've spoken so far, to discuss all of this. So I'm going to allot 10 minutes each to the panelists. And I'll call them in the order that I've just introduced them to share their thoughts with us. We will have 15 minutes for question and session. And then I will sum up with whatever time we have left. On that note, and to set the stage for us to proceed, I'd like to observe that the topic itself has contending variables that will need to be put in proper conceptual clarification to allow us to use those as building block or critical pillars for which we can rest our arguments, as the case is. In the circumstance, I'd like to observe that prominent among these contending variables is cooperation. The other variable is partnership, and of course, security. And then a locus input on which the discourse is premised, the Gulf of Guinea. And then the all-important factor that we're talking about, stakeholders. So it will be proper to situate all of these so that we can have a clear understanding of how to discuss or focus our contributions to make it meaningful. So in this circumstance, I'd like to say that cooperation in itself, the term cooperation, connotes a joint or collaborative effort aimed at the realization of certain mutual beneficial goals or objectives. It is derived from 2 Latin words, co, meaning, or objectives. And of course, in the circumstance, cooperation is one of the learned characteristics of human nature and the most pervasive and continuous of the social processes. It is an integrating activity whose opposite is somewhat generally believed to be competition. But in actual fact, however, conflict rather than competition is the direct opposite of cooperation. Cooperation may be voluntary or involuntary, direct or indirect, formal or informal, but it invariably involves a combined effort towards attaining a specific end in which each participant has a stake, whether real or imagined. At its higher intellectual level, cooperation entails reciprocity of intent and joint action. Cooperation arises when people appreciate that they have a common interest and muster sufficient intelligence and self-control to pursue their interest through united action. This, for me, should be the basis for the discourse when we make reference to cooperation for this topic for today. Then, of course, partnership has been classified as a collaborative relationship between entities to work together towards shared objectives through a mutually agreed division of labor, specifically in the field of security. It is an expression of joint conviction and readiness to establish stability and peace through cooperation and common action. Partnership is usually developed through a long process of negotiation and discussions of consequent operative instruments, leading ultimately to signing of a fundamental document of mutually agreed intent and objectives. Usually stated in such documents are shared principles of peaceful relation, commitment to avoid crisis or confrontation, and a common view on how to resolve conflicts, tensions, and insecurity. And by and large, security in its simplest form is a state of being free from danger or threat. But because the issue in this course borders more on maritime security, I'm going to give you just a snippet of maritime security in its context. Maritime security may be viewed by different people or organizations from different standpoints based on individual organizational interest or even political or ideological bias. Therefore, Till, a renowned strategist, observed that there is a particular need to be clear about what is necessary for future maritime security and prosperity. However, he admitted that this is far from being an easy task, since the phrase maritime security comprehends so much. But in the circumstance that will make it easy and simple, there are other views about what maritime security is supposed to be. But I will adopt Raman's view, which said that maritime security has often been viewed as a non-traditional, non-strategic sense, in a non-traditional, non-strategic sense, from 5 different perspectives. These perspectives are closely related and they represent different aspects of the problem. The 5 perspectives are security of the sea, ocean governance, maritime border protection, military activities at sea, and security regulations of the maritime transport system. So for this discourse, I'd like to use or adopt this broader conceptual understanding of maritime security. So with these few remarks, I want to add that the important aspect that we need to also keep in focus is the issue of the Gulf of Guinea itself, which by definition has 2 characters. It has a political definition and of course the geographical expression. I know for obvious reasons that a lot of people capture these and interpret them differently, but in the context of the political understanding of the description of the Gulf of Guinea, it has to do more with the countries that have come together under the auspices of the United Nations Law of the Conference of the Sea to share their common heritage within the purview of Article 74, subsection 3 of UNCLOS that allows for countries that have overlapping maritime boundaries to come together and create a unified position on how they can manage their God-given resources within the exclusive economic zone. And that has led credence to the establishment of the Gulf of Guinea Commission. So by definition of political understanding, the Gulf of Guinea Commission member states will be said to occupy the Gulf of Guinea as defined politically. But by geographical expression, it is easy to also understand that from Senegal all the way to Angola, all the littoral states, including the landlocked states that border this geographical zone, can be aptly described as the Gulf of Guinea. So therefore, they can lay credence to the marine resource and everything that happens within the maritime space so defined. And for the stakeholders, who are they? Often not, when we talk about stakeholders, we just think they are government and it's all about government. No, there's more to it. In the circumstance, if you ask, I would say that the stakeholders in the circumstance encompass Gulf of Guinea member states, including their ministries, departments, and agencies, as the case is. It also encompasses organized private sector and seafarers, just as we've been told in the lead presentation. Civil society organizations, critical mass. And when I say critical mass, I mean the people whose well-being is anchored on the rich resources of the maritime space in discourse. Our international community and partners, multilateral organizations, and of course, non-state actors who will do anything to thwart the effort of providing a secure maritime space. So with this, I would like the panelists to look at the topic and then do justice to it as they deem fit. I will therefore humbly request the Chief of the Naval Staff to please take the floor, and he has 10 minutes, as much as he can, to share his thoughts with us. The Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Anwar Gambo, or his representative. Thank you. I yield the floor to you.
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of Naval Staff has not joined us yet. So if we could move on to the next speaker to redeem the time so that he can, whenever he joins us, he will give his own bit of speech. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you very much. But I thought you should have let me know this before. All right. Having said that, I'd like to therefore invite Ambassador Florence Adenike Okonga to please share her thoughts with us if she has joined. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. I hope I can be heard. The moderator has appropriately introduced us. I would like to thank the Zoo Maritime Resources Limited, which is very effectively represented by Barrister Edodo Emore, for the invitation to participate in the 6th International Maritime Business Virtual Conference. I'll be making contribution to the topic Maritime Security in the Gulf of Guinea, international cooperation to secure the Gulf of Guinea, stakeholders' perspective. Of course, my intervention will be from the perspective of the Gulf of Guinea Commission. Mr. Moderator, when you gave the definition of the Gulf of Guinea, I tend to disagree with you because the geographical Gulf of Guinea actually starts from Liberia to Angola. Is the political and the geopolitical definition that gives it from Senegal. And for the purposes of my intervention, I would like to concentrate on the member states of the Gulf of Guinea Commission, which is actually those 13 countries with their borders on the Atlantic Ocean, on the Gulf of Guinea, part of the Atlantic Ocean, starts from Liberia. You have Cote d'Ivoire, you have Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Cameroon, and so on and so forth, you get to Angola. There are 13 of them. Our membership is made up of, at the moment, 9 members, because Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo are not yet members. All the other members are there. That is, you have Angola, Cameroon, Republic of Congo, DRC of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Tome and Principe. Our membership is open to countries in the Gulf of Guinea region with borders on the Atlantic. All you have to do is just to sign on to the treaty. The GGC, as it is said, is a forum for consultations among the states of the region for cooperation. I have also given a very apt definition of cooperation. It's a forum for consultation for cooperation and development, and they pledge to pool their efforts towards the harmonization of their respective policies in the areas of common interest in the Gulf of Guinea, and to map out common policies, especially in the areas of peace and security, exploitation of resources, the environment, movement of peoples, as well as for the prevention, management, and resolution of conflicts that may arise from the delimitation of borders. The Gulf of Guinea, as you have also rightly said, is an important economic area. It has a sea surface of approximately 2.35 million square kilometers. And it stretches from Liberia, I said that before. It is also an important shipping route for transportation of goods from Europe and the Americas to countries of the region and to other parts of Africa. With these huge resources and possibilities, it is expected that the economic activities that they generate will attract both legal and illegal investors in the region. Legal activities like the exploitation of the resources, regulated fishing, and also the illegal activities like the IUU fishing, that is the unregulated, undiscovered and illegal fishing, unreported and illegal fishing, arms and drugs trafficking, piracy, which has generated a lot of this bid, illegal bunkering, environmental pollution, and degradation. We have a case in Nigeria going on at the moment. Securing such vast expanse of seas with such immense economic possibility, as well as we have in the Gulf of Guinea region, should be the responsibility of the countries of the region, both individually and collectively. And that is one of the bases of the cooperation. And this is for a more effective surveillance and control of the region. And this can be done at 3 levels. At the national level, the heads of state of the region were encouraged by meetings and talks and a lot of pressure from everywhere to commit themselves to the provisions of the UN Convention on the Laws of the Sea. And they were obliged to pay more attention to the activities within their maritime domain. The navies and coastal guards were to be empowered to execute surveillance operations in their maritime domain of their respective countries. Governments were equally encouraged to establish maritime operations centers with a focal point within their nations, and that can be contacted in case of need. And I'm glad to see that this is being actively done or pursued by many of our member states. At the regional level, the regional economic communities, that is ECOWAS and ECAS in this case, have divided their respective communities into maritime zones. We have zones D and A for the ECAS region, that is the Economic Community for Central African States, with their regional center in Pointe Noire in the Republic of Congo, and ECOWAS divided its communities into 3 zones, zones E, F, and G, and their multinational maritime coordinator centers in Cotonou for zone E, in Accra for zone F, and in Praia for zone G. And these MMCs are in different states of operation. The United Nations further encouraged governments of the region through the resolutions 2018 of 31st of October 2011 and resolution 2039 of 29 February 2012 to collaborate more effectively. This led to the Yaoundé Summit of Heads of State and Government of countries of Western Central Africa, held in Yaoundé, Cameroon, from 24th to 25th June 2013. The summit laid the basis for a common regional strategy to prevent and prosecute illegal activities in the Gulf of Guinea. During the summit, 2 important documents were adopted by the head of state. The Code of Conduct concerning the repression of piracy, armed robbery against ships, and the illicit maritime activity in West and Central Africa was adopted. There was also a declaration that more or less reinforced the commitments of the governments of the region to collaborate more effectively in affairs relating to security and safety in their maritime domain. And a memorandum of understanding among ECOWAS, ECAS, and the Gulf of Guinea Commission was equally signed by the 3 executives of the 3 regional organizations. That is ECOWAS, ECAS, and GDC. And the summit directed the establishment of the Interregional Coordination Center, which was later established and is based in Yaoundé, Cameroon, to coordinate the monitoring of activities in maritime domain of the region, to share information on movement of ships and vessels, and to report suspicious movements for the possible intervention of the naval authorities of the states in case of any suspicion of illicit activities in the maritime domain. At the international level, the international community, according to these resolutions, the partners and other stakeholders are expected to assist the countries of the region, the MMCCs and the regional centers in provision of assets, maritime and aerial, training possibilities, and other assistance required in order to promote the effective functioning of the different structures within the architecture. This was the plan as of 2013 to 2015. Now we have the challenges. The MMCs, as I've said, there should be 5 of them, are not functioning as they should because of the lack of equipment and human resources, despite the promises from the government that set them up and the partners that promised to assist. There was a donor conference to raise funds for the ICC, and this was promised since 2014. Up till to date, this donor conference has not been held. Inadequate funding on the part of governments to build the capacity of the navies, coastal guards, and other law enforcement personnel. Some are trying. We must give kudos to the Nigerian government because since we started talking about this, the Nigerian Navy has been better funded. We have lack of capacity on the part of the navies. And again, some navies are trying, but others are not, and other maritime law enforcement agencies. They do not have a lack of, there is a lack of appropriate assets, both maritime and aerial, for surveillance activities at the national and regional levels in many of our member states. We do not have information sharing or late information sharing. Some have the capacity or the capability to know what is going on. Either they choose, especially with regard to the, not within the region, but for those other stakeholders that have access to information as to when some of these crimes will be committed. Some do have, they do not share them with MMCCs, or they share them after the event has taken place. There is no intelligence, inadequate intelligence from the local communities because they do not feel, they do not have the buy-in into all these projects for many reasons of welfare. And this borders on ineffective governance of the area because the local populations, they don't feel committed because they feel that they don't have the basic things with water, potable water, roads, schools, health facilities, polluted atmosphere, environmental degradation, and so on and so forth. We have a lot of that. And therefore, they do not feel that, well, what are we doing? They feel neglected. And that has not generated the type of commitment you need for them to feel that this is also our issue. It's not just for the government or the navies or the coastal guards. Unemployment. Unemployment is a very serious issue. A lot of people, a lot of youths, a lot of old people who are artisanal, especially in the coastal populations, they're artisanal fishermen. They cannot fish because of pollution. They cannot fish because of the IUU fishing that is going on. And they just stand there, sit down, waiting for, and they see the type of heavy industries that generate billions of dollars going on in their area. And so what do you want them to do? They are attracted to making money from criminal activities. And also, there is a lot of attention being paid to the issue of privacy, while other criminal activities like IUU, as I've mentioned, environmental pollution, And other illegal activities are not given as much attention. There's also the lack of harmonized legal texts in dealing with illegal activities at sea. That is changing gradually because Nigeria has passed the suppression of piracy and other maritime crimes and the Act of 2019. And we at the GJC are also encouraging other member states to adopt and adapt that type of act so that a crime in the maritime zone of one country will be a crime in the maritime zone of the other country. The way forward, the GGC will continue to encourage countries of the region to build trust among themselves. We try a dispute resolution mechanism that would mean that people can settle, aggrieved member states can settle. We have an arbitration committee instead of going to the ICJ to settle their differences. So you can't go to court and come back as brothers. So we'll rather have it and let it be resolved at the regional level. We want to build trust also by encouraging interaction among the relevant navies and coastal guards. And this is not just the Obangame and the other exercises as organized by our partners, but also we'd like to see this being organized by ourselves, like what was done last week by the Chief of Naval Staff of Nigeria, where the heads of navies of many African states were brought together to discuss. And that's the type of thing we'd like to see, taking place, because that builds trust and it creates room for discussion and everything. More funding to the navies and the coast guards and other maritime law enforcement agencies. Greater awareness among the people so that they will know that it is also in their interest to cooperate with the governments and other agencies to ensure that some of these crimes are reported on time and they do not cooperate with them. And this, as I said, can only be done if they know that their own interest is being taken care of. Harmonization of legal texts, we will encourage, and we're encouraging other member states to have texts that really criminalize some of these acts, especially piracy, IUU fishing, and dumping, and degradation of the environment and pollution of the environment. The international community, they should adopt and pursue a real partnership relationship in dealing with countries of the region in matters of crime at sea. Whatever they want to do must be agreed upon by the countries of the region through their RECs, that is the regional economic communities, or through their representatives. It's not a question of forming a program, coming and more or less discussing, but without any serious buy-in and trying to carry it out. Because when it is done, okay, you go on with the program, but it won't succeed. It will not bring about the desired change. Regional training for the relevant personnel, both the navies and other law enforcement agencies, so everybody will know what is expected of them. And you encourage and discourage people cutting corners or joining the gangs in order to make money. And we want to encourage the blue economy among the community. And this can be done by enforcing the laws that encourage sane and clean way of exploitation, that methods that do not damage industries in the interest of the population, as well as get the population involved so that they will feel that they are part and parcel of the solution and not be part and parcel of the criminal gangs. Because the issue of piracy and other crimes at sea, they are committed, they are planned on land, and the execution and everything is also done on land. Because if you catch somebody or you kidnap somebody, you're not going to keep him perpetually at sea. You're going to hide him somewhere, either in the creeks or somewhere on land. And then we upgrade the maritime enforcement capability of our member states. These, in our opinion as government in the commission, are the way forward. We've tried to highlight the problems, and we've tried to see that our partners are welcome to work with us, or work with our member states, but we want it to be on a basis that really take into consideration our real needs and not just the needs or the requirements or the protection of the partners' interests. Because when we vote, both the partners and the members, countries of the region, if they agree on anything and it is mutually beneficial to both parties, we shall be making progress. I feel that we've had progress in some areas, but it can be encouraged. And we'll also like to see more attention paid to environmental degradation and pollution, as well as to harmonization of texts, so that even the few successes we have, where people, the criminals are arrested, they will be prosecuted, and that will serve as a deterrent to others who may be thinking along those lines. That will be my short presentation, and I'm open to questions during question time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for your wonderful contribution. Wealth of experience and depth of knowledge of the subject has been aptly captured in your presentation. And we thank you for throwing more light, particularly with regards to the Gulf of Guinea Commission and the wonderful effort they've been doing over the years. Thank you very much and well done. On this note, I'd like to invite Dr. Bashir Jamo, the DG of NIMASA, to please share his thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I always call Vice Admiral Edoba brother. I address him as brother, but in this context as a boss, I would like to start with congratulating the Lagos International Maritime Week and the chairman of Dole Marine. I think if we're having this kind of forum, we'll keep the public and the international community abreast of what is going on in our own countries in terms of our own contributions towards bringing lasting solutions of this Gulf of Guinea crisis. And it is my sincere privilege and honor to be here with you this afternoon or morning to share my own thoughts on the maritime security. But before I go further, please, I will grab the indulgence of the organizers to share my PowerPoint presentations. They give us the screen, please, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, please. Thank you very much. I have a screen that I want to share, and the first presentation, it has to do with the my area of concerns. It has to do with the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea, the impact of CPRs. So most of my presentation will dwell more on the impact of CPRs in terms of the challenges we are facing in the Gulf of Guinea. Let me start with the quote by Bruce, which says that security is not a product. That means it's not the end product, but a process. This process means we have to go into certain things to ensure that we maintain the security in every aspect of personal life. And that process is what the moderator earlier on mentions in terms of cooperations. not only cooperations, we have to look at coordination, we have to look at collaborations, we have to look at communication, which is very key. And my sister, Ambassador Florence, did make a kind of explanations at what makes the Gulf of Guinea. I try to bring a synopsis view of kind of map that gives the Gulf of Guinea. I think you can share, you can see it on the screen. The entire section from Gambia, Senegal, down to Angola and Liberia, as she mentioned. This is what is being defined as Gulf of Guinea. So if we are discussing the challenges and the problems we are having in the Gulf of Guinea, we are talking of the entire Gulf of region, the Gulf of Guinea region, as been shown in the map. And the next slide, please. I will try my possible best to maintain the time. Next slide. There's no doubt the Gulf of Guinea is a strategic international seaborne trade. It holds a significant percentage of the world total oil gas reserves, as well as the rich deposit of natural resources such as diamond, bitumen, copper, uranium, brine, quartz, leads, fluorine, and marbles. So it serves as the key navigational routes for the international shipping. It's a hub of transatlantic trade linking Africa with Europe and the Americas. So this signifies why the interest by various groups, by international community, to make sure that they protect their own investment that is leading towards this. There are huge benefits, huge deposit of these resources along the coast of Gulf of Guinea. So in so doing, most of the things that happen within the Gulf of Guinea is not only meant for those countries that are within Gulf of Guinea, but also the international community. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? The regional significance of the Gulf of Guinea. No, go back, please. I'm trying to give you a kind of platforms to understand what constitutes the Gulf of Guinea. The regional significance of the Gulf of Guinea, I think, yeah, very good. It has over 6,000 kilometers coastline. It generates an estimated GDP of 950 billion US dollars. The market size is about 470 million consumers. It holds 70% of African oil productions. It holds 5% of the world total oil reserve. The export value is about 180 billion, while the import value is estimated as about 105 billion. This also shows a very significant size of economy within the Gulf of Guinea. Now, what are the implications of this interest in the Gulf of Guinea? And in terms of challenges, the challenges is that with the insecurity, the challenge has become that information hardly will a day pass by without any information on the Gulf of Guinea. Recently, we have been reading the experiences of the Danish brigades kills 4 pirates in the Gulf of Guinea. On 9 May, IMO calls for further action to address Gulf of Guinea and the piracy. Danish patrol kills in Gulf of Guinea, kills pirates in Gulf of Guinea, and so many other things. Call for uniformity of law at the Kofi Annan Institute. So these are the kind of news, negative news, and it's our duty to sit down and come together and ensure that we work hard to eliminate these negative impressions against the region, particularly that whatever is mentioned or discussed negatively, the center point has to do with Nigeria. Because of the size, because of the economic interest, more than 65% of what we mentioned in terms of economy and other things, the facts remains that the benefit is for Nigerians, including populations and the economic size. Now, the perspective of the facts. Now, I have two Q1 and Q2 reports on the piracy reports, just to show how the impact of this Gulf of Guinea crisis is leading us to. For the purpose of time, I may not discuss or dwell more on the Q1 and Q2 because now we are in Q4. So please, can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. The next slide has to do with the, I think, the third quarter report. And the third quarter report signifies that the first and second quarter report doesn't have much differences in terms of experiences we are having. The Gulf of Guinea region recorded 28 incidents of piracy and armed robbery in the first 9 months. This is the third quarter report of 2021. In comparison of the 46, so we are now very close to the half within the third quarter of last year, 2020. And for the same period in 2022, most notably, Nigeria only reported 4 incidents in the first 9 months of the 2021 in comparison to 17. This shows a significant drop of piracy in 2020 in 2021 and 41 in 2018. Now, 2018, we recorded 41, which is the highest. In 2020, we recorded 17, while in 2021, only 4. Crew kidnapping in the region have dropped with only 1 crew member kidnapped in Q3, which is very interesting and significant report compared to 31 crew members taken in 5 separate incidents during the Q3 of 2020. All the Q3 incidents in 2021 were also against the vessel at the port anchorages, while the average successful kidnapping locations in Q3 2020 was approximately 100 nautical miles from the land. So this shows that most of this piracy, the tight way of handling the matter within the territorial water in Nigeria, they move away of almost to 1,000 nautical mile, or 100 nautical mile. Interestingly, I think if we continue to, hold this result or report, we will continue to see the sustainability of what is happening in terms of the drop in the piracy. However, it is worrisome to understand or to observe that our anchorage area is not safe at all. As I said earlier, we have been keeping abreast of how we can contain this attack within our own territorial waters, and we are achieving that. But sadly, the increase of, we reported only 4 incidents in Q3, but unfortunately, we recorded almost 27 incidents in our own anchorage area. And that's what we are working for. And immediately after I finish this presentation, we have a meeting with the IG so that we can discuss the performance of the Marine Police to see what are the things that we are going to put in place so that the Marine Police can be able to beef up and complement the work of the Nigerian Navy that they have been doing over the period of times. Now, to get to the proper topic that I'm asked to do justice of, it has to do with seafarers and shipping. What are the impacts on seafarers? Haven't seen this result. We have 3 basic areas of the impact. We have the economic impact, we have the social impact, and we have the environmental impact. On the economic impact, we have the loss of revenue due to illegal activities because normally most of the ships now, they have to divert their own cargoes to neighboring countries, Togo, Benin Republic, and Ghana as well. The landlocked countries, they cannot use our own territorial waters. They prepare to use other alternative sources, especially Benin Republic. So this leads to a significant drop in revenue from those revenue generating agencies, especially Nigerian Port Authority and Nigerian Customs Service and the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. high insurance premium. The high insurance premium we're paying has three significant areas where the international community do ask for higher insurance premium, which they call it war risk insurance. War risk insurance in terms of the vessel, should anything happen to the vessel itself. War risk insurance in terms of the CPRs if you kidnap them. War risk insurance in terms of the valuables that inside the ships, either the cargo the ship is carrying, or also the valuables owned by the CPRs also is being insured. So in so doing, we are paying huge amount of war risk insurance premium, which is now impacting on every person of the street, because at the end of the day, such war risk insurance is being melted on the consumers and they must pay. The other things has to do with the threat to commerce. I made mention that the diversion of the ships is being experienced because of this piracy. So it's threatening our own commerce. The transit hub remains under threat. So instead of some countries that come through the Nigeria and transact their own business and move ahead, now this transit hub is no longer, it doesn't hold all, no longer hold. So at the end of the day, we are now losing the hubs of the African hub in terms of shipping. Negative impact on our own names. So we have to change the narratives on that. On the social impact, we are seeing the proliferations of arms and drug smuggling. The arms used to be smuggled through the routes of our own waters because of this particular criminal activities that is coming up. Kidnapping, hostage taking, also and killing also. We just experienced the killings of alleged pirates. And apart from that, even the pirates also at the same time, they also do have to engage in shooting and sometimes kill the CPRs, which is drastically affecting the livelihood of the life living of CPRs. Restiveness are also closely related to the maritime security. The Niger Delta restiveness we are now experiencing, it has to do with all the social impacts that we are having, for lack of job, lack of school for these young Nigerians, agitations of unemployment. As I said earlier, we are seeing the proliferations of schools. The federal government, they are building federal universities, every day graduating students. The private operators of schools also, they are getting licenses to open universities. Also, year in, year out, they are producing graduates, and the ability to create employment or create, entrepreneurial courses that will enable these students, when they graduate, they operate, they try to operate business on their own without necessarily relying on government. As of today, the government, they are the highest employers of labor, so we are able to stimulate the private individuals to operate, to open businesses that can complement the efforts of government in terms of employment generations. The environmental impact, the destructions and pollution of the marine ecosystem leading to the loss of livelihood. This has to do with illegal and unreported fishing. I think Ambassador Florence discussed that at length. I don't have to, take most of the time to discuss that. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Can you hear me, please? Okay. The Nigerian comparative advantage. Then now, having all this in place, certainly in Nigeria, we have a lot of comparative advantage, which signify that if we use this advantage to our own, side, we may be able to address this issue squarely. And in doing so, we must invest. Now, what are those comparative advantages, and what Nigeria is doing to take the advantage of such advantage we have, so that we must sure that we address this situation? One, the biggest economy and the most populous nation within the region, and it accounts for 65% of the cargo generated within the region. I've mentioned this earlier. 65% of the cargo coming into the Gulf of Guinea end up in Nigeria. It accounts for 50 to 60% of the major maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea or occur in the Gulf of Guinea. That is the maritime insecurity. It has the highest military contingency and might within the region, huge deposit of oil and gas reserve, making it place of the international energy dynamics. Geostrategically located, Nigeria has one of the largest delta areas in the world, challenges thousands of creeks. We don't our creeks is one of the most difficult creeks all over the world that we have. Therefore, Nigeria is pivotal to the security and stability of the Gulf of Guinea. Next slide, please. Now we are going to discuss about the issue of what strategy that we have to adopt to ensure that we police our own waters, including that of Gulf of Guinea. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Intervention through multidimensional approach. So what are we doing to take advantage, given what we have as our own advantage? What Nigeria is doing to make sure that we properly police the territorial waters and the Gulf of Guinea? The first one, we have four separate, under this, I will discuss four separate key headings: legal and legislatives, then the policy, and then regulatory and operations. In terms of legal and legislatives, we continue to review our own local and international laws, where we have conventions, laws, and regulations from the international maritime organizations. We try as much as possible to domesticate it and make it a law that we can enhance our own regulations. The passage of separations of piracy and other maritime offenses, that's FOMO Act of 2019, also it helped a great deal in the result we have seen earlier for the Q3. Mostly, we do arrest these hoodlums and criminals, and we don't have specific act or laws to try them. We keep them for some times, and then under detention, sometimes we grant them bail and they go back to the same crime. Many a times during the detention, they do indoctrinize younger ones because they happen to meet inside the detention camp, and at the end of the day, they continue to increase and multiple in number in terms of the crime. Harmonization of standard operation procedure for arrest, detentions, and prosecutions of the vessels involved in the illegal activity. This document is being produced by the Nigerian Navy, even though it has exceeded the time period. I'm sure now that I was made to understand there is a committee working towards, updating the documents. In terms of policy, we have joint military initiatives by the Federal Ministry of Defense and the Federal Ministry of Transportation on the Deep Blue Project. The Deep Blue Project, immediately after this slide, we'll be able to discuss the Deep Blue Project. What is Deep Blue Project? What do we intend the Deep Blue Project to achieve? And what are we doing to make sure that we adequately take the opportunity of this Deep Blue Project? Presidential interventions on building regional cooperations and fundings. The fundings of Nigerian Navy, as mentioned by the Ambassador Florence, has been enhanced, and the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency will continue to improve on the relationship we have with the Nigerian Navy and other agencies that are concerned with in providing the securities. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency's role purely has to do with the logistics supports as well as the operational. So our security, we are not Coast Guards, so the issue of security squarely lies in the hands of the Nigerian Navy. But ours, in terms of our own act and mandate, is for us to give a supportive roles in terms of policy, in terms of logistic support, and other things like that. That's on the issue of policy. On regulatory functions, we have also International Ship and Port Security Code as Ships and Ports Facility Security, ISPS. This has to do basically with the ports, and that is why we have to come in and ensure that we try to address the issue of insecurity that we're having in our own anchorages. Development and implementation of the total spectrum of the maritime security strategy. So the maritime security strategy, we contacted the International Maritime Organization to see how we can develop the spectrum of the maritime security strategy. We have something like this similar through the office of the NSA, which is being developed, but now we want to develop something to do with national maritime security strategy, effective implementation of port and flag state control. This has to do basically with safety. So the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency will beef up our own effort in ensuring that the enforcement of flag and port state administration is being addressed squarely. The MOU with the Nigerian Navy, Air Force, and Nigerian Army is being announced today under our own Deep Blue project. All the agencies that are concerned with securities, they are now with the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, including Nigerian Customs Service in terms of, utilizations of the C4I. Then acquisitions and development of maritime communication equipment, especially the GMDSS. This is a total spectrum of ensuring that we have what it takes to address the issue of maritime insecurity with all the capability we have. Capacity development program by the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. The issue of maritime security, as the Bruce mentioned earlier, is not a product but a process. In terms of addressing those processes, we must ensure that we train and retrain our officers to ensure that we have capable hands and the skill they need to do to address those issues. Next slide, please. The strategy challenge. And what are those challenges that we have? The MDA, situational awareness, C4I, I. Well, in this context, I think we are having some interesting collaborations and cooperations in that. The Nigerian Navy, they have a seat permanently for the Nigerian Port Authority, Nigerian Customs Service, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. These are the strategy challenges that we experienced before now. But now I think we have already dealt with this situation. The law enforcement, I think we have 100% cooperations nowadays, unlike some few years back. And this also is part of what we are seeing, the result in the Q3 of International Maritime Bureau report in terms of the, encouraging result of reduction, drastic reductions in the piracy within and outside the Gulf of Guinea. Total spectrum of maritime strategy, I made mention that the international maritime organizations are helping us to develop national maritime security strategy. Response capability, and now the C4I, the Deep Blue project, the subsequent slides will give you the details, what we have with the response capability and what are we doing. Regional capability, we have developed what we call industry working group. The industry working group, we try to have Nigerian Navy, the ICC, that is the International Coordinating Center in Yaoundé, and then Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency to develop capability in trying to see how we can work harmoniously and incorporate all the countries that are coming, especially the international countries, which gave birth to the shared Gulf of Guinea for deconflictions. Next strategy, please. Next slides. Now, regional approach. We have had what we are doing in terms of, shared Gulf of Guinea. We have had what we are doing in terms of Nigerian Navy MOU, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, as well as the International Coordinating Center. The next one has to do with the regional approach. What do we do with the regional approach? Nigeria played a leading role in the establishment of the collaboration forum of the shared awareness decomplexions of the Gulf of Guinea, shared Gulf of Guinea. I have made this explanation earlier on. Nigeria to play a leading role in the establishment and implementation of Africa International Maritime Strategy. I mentioned that we are working with the IMO to produce that, to lead also in establishment and implementation of the integrated maritime strategy. I think by second quarter or first quarter of January, we will be able to sit down with the consultants of the International Maritime Organization to produce this document to establish Interregional Coordination Center Cameroon, an initiative of ECOWAS, ECAS, and Guinea Commissions, with Ambassador Florence also part of it. With that time, sometimes we do all this, what we are doing, without incorporating the Gulf of Guinea Commission. Now we are now changing the narratives. We have to bring on board the Gulf of Guinea Commission, especially in terms of developing the national maritime security strategy. An optional level. NIMASA is currently working with the Nigerian Navy and Nigerian Air Force in terms of utilizations of our Deep Blue project. So the Nigerian Navy, their air wing, they are the one handling some of the aircrafts, and then the Nigerian Air Force handling part of the helicopters that we have. I don't want to discuss much on that because we are going to the Deep Blue project proper. I hope I'm not taking up time. In the next 5 minutes, I should be able to round up. NIMASA is participating in joint exercises. Whenever we invite, so the joint exercises, we have to be there so that we can now take away what role we can play to make sure that we work together in terms of collaboration, coordination, cooperation, and communications. Also, Nigeria is actively collaborating with the regional maritime organizations in order to address the major challenges of the Organization of West and Central Africa, MOU with PMOCA. I am happy to announce that for the first time now, since 1975, we established the Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa, MOCA. We don't have even single staff there. Now, we are now the leading role. Nigeria is taking its own leading role in the Committee of Nations. They are now, Nigeria now is holding the seat of the Secretary General of Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa from the election we held just some few weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago in Ghana. So we are now holding that. We are now taking a greater position by taking the leading role in the regional Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa. Nigeria is also coordinating the heads of navies in the means of trying to implement the 2019 International Maritime Security Summit. We extracted the communique, what has been laid back for quite some time, in trying to see the leaders or the chief of naval staffs. They comes together, look at those areas, because most of the communique dwell on the cooperation and collaboration of the chief of naval staffs within the West and Central Africa. Not only that, and within the Gulf of Guinea in general. Next slides, please. Next slides. Next slides. Next slides. Next slides. Now, we are coming to the establishments of the Integrated National Surveillance and Security Infrastructure, ACA Deep Blue project. The Nigerian government recently established the Integrated National Maritime Surveillance and Infrastructure, which is known as Deep Blue project. And what is this Deep Blue project is all about? It's a kind of platform that we have been established. Number of years ago, we have been experiencing degeneration of our own maritime security infrastructure. From the little history we have, it started during the Liberian War, when our own assets or platforms, mostly owned by Nigerian Navy, were sent to our neighboring countries to address the issue of its we come back as rickety buckets. So we don't have, until when the September 11 issue came up, and then the American government tried to audit our own assets and discover that we almost doesn't have anything on ground to play around with. And they now suggested and advised that we have to try to review our own efforts in trying to get this asset available. Whenever you have a threat, you have a navy, that is stockpiling, arms. So you know there is a threat. So what you need to do is to see what you can do to address the issue of that threat. And what are you going to do in such? You also have to assess the threat, the level of the threat, and try to see what you can provide in terms of, depending your own self. So in so doing, now we are having threats from these criminals, and sometimes they have sophisticated weapons. And these weapons, we ourselves, we don't have them. So at the end of the day, we have to examine those assets and see what we can provide in order to ensure that we address the threat that is coming. So that is what we did in terms of Deep Blue asset. Now, before then, the federal government tried to establish what we call pickups, and it didn't work. After
DG, sorry to interrupt. We're running out of time. So if you can just sum up, please. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Now, let me go to the components of the Deep Blue asset. We have air asset, we have maritime asset, we have land assets. On the air asset, we have special mission aircrafts 2, helicopters 3, we have unmanned air vessels 4. And then on the special mission vessels, we have 2 big vessels that we kept it on the high sea, and then 17 interceptors. On land asset, we have over 650 trained personnel, and we have 16 armored vehicles, and then we have what we call C4I centers. So the 650, we call them intervention teams. Next slide, please. Let me be as precise as possible. This will take me only 2 minutes to finish. Next slide, next slide. The next slide talks about Maritime Intelligence Unit, and then Falcon I helicopters. We have 3 interceptors, 17. We have special mission aircraft, 2. We have special mission vessel, 2. We have armored vehicles, 16. We have intervention team. Next slide, please. The components of the Deep Blue Project Maritime Intelligence System is aimed to ensure data authenticity and create reliable global maritime picture. It understands the patterns of life and revival of risk indicators. It gives early warning of the emerging threats by valuable time repair, dispatch under cover, and the military vessel to take action on it. The next slide gives us the network of the working of the Deep Blue projects. So this one, it will take time to explain, but those in the military, they can be able to understand. In October 7 to 9, 2019, a broad-based, all-inclusive review of sustainable trade has been addressed, and the conference further clarifies short and long-term solutions. That means the issue of maritime security conference that I discussed earlier. That's the exploring the frontiers of what is going on. And I mentioned that very soon the Chief of Naval Staff of Gulf of Guinea region will now have to meet and see how they can be able to collaborate and coordinate. I think the exploring frontiers, we can go ahead and sustain. In conclusion, Nigeria recognizes the global threat of maritime insecurity at the national level, and Nigeria cannot afford to remain at the sideline. And that is why it has become necessary for us to take notes and then appreciate and commend the International Maritime Organization, the International Labour Organizations, the PIMCO, the ICS, the ITF, the IACS, the OCIMF, NGOs, and other regional and international partners for relying around this, the support and the fighting against the maritime insecurity in Nigeria, by extension, the Gulf of Guinea. Ladies and gentlemen, I will end up with these conclusions with a quote which says that by Santoro, which says that individual we are one drop, but together we are ocean. We must remain together in the Gulf of Guinea. We have to remain together in Nigeria. and the Gulf of Guinea Commission also, we have to remain together so that we can be an ocean. When we come individually, we are, one. But when we come together, one for all for one. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, DG. It is difficult to get somebody like you with all the depth of knowledge and understanding of the subject to present a 1.5 hour papers in 15, 20 minutes, but you've done justice to it. And what interests me most is the details contained in your presentation, which, to my mind, not many people out there understand the enormity of what you have just presented in this short, brief moment. But it's our hope that all of these materials will be made available to the larger society so they can buy into the process and the protocols and understand the need for the totality of stakeholders to be part of the process. Because in our country, in our climate, it's like everything is government. Just like I highlighted the quantum of what constitutes stakeholders, which is the rider to the topic. If everybody, like you have said, pool their resources together, we will achieve our objectives better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, because our time is spent, I'm going to invite Lieutenant Commander Kendall to give us a perspective. Please, you have the floor.
All right. Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Commander Shanice Kendall. I am stationed in Naples, Italy, with Naval Forces Europe and Naval Forces Africa in 6th Fleet. So today I'm going to provide my inputs on the situation at hand. A lot of the presentations already have pretty much addressed a lot that I'm talking about, so this will be fairly quick. My agenda for today, what I'll do is I'll outline the current situation, at least what's been happening in the region this past year, how that impacts the region, and how we can overcome together some of these threats that are happening in the maritime sector there. Going over the geography and what has been happening to date, and then just kind of go over the statistics in regards to the piracy that's happening in Gulf of Guinea area. And then what the regional or the international response has been to date, and then some questions that maybe can help with the panel discussion. And I'll end some closing remarks. So for the current situation, as was mentioned before with all the news media, there's been a lot of reports on increased capabilities of pirates in the Gulf of Guinea, with more attacks happening further away from the coastline. As also with that, crew kidnappings have been reported to be 25% of vessel attacks in the Gulf of Guinea, more than any other region in the world. And with that, some of these kidnappings have involved ransom, which have cost thousands of dollars, which to the pirates in the Gulf of Guinea to secure the release of some of these personnel that have been held captive. And with that, with all these growing different security threats in the region, this has really put a toll on the seafarers that are transiting through there, which has definitely impacted their security in regards to they've been growing fearful of the situation at hand, in fears of their life when they're transiting through the region. So how that has impacted the region to date, as was mentioned before, with the increase of maritime security concerns, individual consumers, governments, and businesses pay increased costs for shipments. So with that being said, some of these ships are, these private companies are having to increase some of the costs of their insurance and security when they're transiting through. In some cases, they may have to have escorts that come with them, and that adds an unforeseen cost. For the poor security situation, which impedes regional economic growth. With that, the impact of that is it stifles the investments in the ocean-based economy. So if there's more concern of potentially, ships getting hijacked, there'll be a little bit of appetite from companies wanting to invest more into the region there. The execution of effective law enforcement, with that being said, now it's with that impact, the commercial protection services are under the control of the coastal states. So with every country having their own way of executing or maintaining law enforcement in the region, it kind of impacts how we pursue law enforcement as a whole. Also too, with the few assets that are in the region, now you have to pull in more resources from outside to help with stabilizing that area. And with that being said, there's an additional stress that's placed on the forces in the region based on the few assets they have. So now they have to call upon the international community to help and fight this. And then as we mentioned before, with the human toll on seafarers, with that is just for folks that have been victimized or have been subject to attacks, whether it's indirectly or directly. Now there's a constant stress that they're going through when they transit that region. So with that being said, as my bumper sticker says, every person deserves to be safe while carrying out their work and to be able to return home without being victims of violent crime. Seafarers deserve no less. So with that, understanding the regional impacts, we want to make sure that our waterways are safe so that the seafarers can do their business, do their job, and then of course, be able to provide to the economies in that area. So next, so how do we overcome this regional threat? I know there's a lot of work actually being done right now in the Gulf of Guinea that's been happening, but just to kind of highlight some of the things that have been discussed from our other presenters was being able to provide a capable incident response capability to support regional anti-piracy law enforcement. So as we have mentioned with the regional maritime operations centers, having those on hand and having them become more robust in handling these. Enhancing regional capacity building. So that could include working with the regional militaries on our side, whether it's the US military or with the coalition partners working together to suppress the piracy threat. And that can also include doing exchanges, whether they're at sea, whether at sea or shore. And that could be involving with engagements with heads of state or heads of militaries, as was talked about previously, to keep this conversation going and to strengthen that, coalition. Also to implement effective shipboard defense measures. Some ships are not equipped with robust security forces on board. So having that so they can at least defend themselves immediately in the absence of other vessels is something that we can help mitigate this threat. Improve the domain awareness and sharing of relevant information. Again, that just goes back to the regional MOCs and just making sure that there's transparency across the board when it comes to when you get information on a pirate vessel or suspect of a hijacking, just working together across domains to make sure that information is submitted so that we can intervene in those situations before they get out of control. Increase effective law enforcement activity ashore to disrupt underlying criminal enterprises. So it's not just a matter of the network at sea, but also making sure how we can work ashore that these criminal activities don't ever make it to the seas. So that's something that we can work together on the shore side. Providing prison facilities for those that do get arrested, as well as ensuring that the criminal justice system works as it should, so these people do get prosecuted as appropriate. And also, lastly, their collaboration with the governments to address the criminal basis, sources of finances, and corruption. Again, that's just working together with the government and our regional partners in the area to make sure that that these networks are are well defined and understood, so that we can make sure that we can lessen the amount of maritime security concerns in the region. So ultimately, collectively, if we work together, there will be a reduced number of piracy attacks and kidnap attempts if we're able to work together, be more transparent. For the next slide, as was mentioned, with the geography, as you see, the Gulf of Guinea region spans pretty long along the west coast of Africa. With the Yaoundé Code of Conduct, as was mentioned before, there's 5 different regions, 5 different zones of interest. And this is something that with the Obangami Express exercise that Naval Forces Africa runs every year, this is something that we do exercise as part of our operation at sea. But with that being said, with the long coastline and the amount of waters that is patrolled in this region, what that has done has in turn made it very difficult for proper proper security patrols along the coast there. And it makes it very difficult, especially when there are, coastal states that may have not as much robust security infrastructure. And with that, pirates now that we're seeing is that they're increasingly operating deeper out to sea. With some of these kidnappings on the seas are happening as near as 60 nautical miles offshore to over 200 nautical miles offshore. And then also too, they're starting to see more attacks, not only just outside of Nigeria, but expanding outside to offshore waters to include Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Gabon, and these locations here. So what has been advised to some of to merchant carriers is if they don't have any business or need to be in areas with less than 250 nautical miles off coast, as best as they continue transiting out as far as shore as they can until they have to pull into port to either offload their cargo or to go to Anchorage to do the same. So with the statistics, as was talked about at a previous presenter, was that there's been more attacks been happening out on the seas, based on an International Maritime Bureau piracy reporting that was reported early this year. The robberies and piracy attacks have jumped up to 20%, and the Gulf of Guinea has accounted for 95% of those hostages, being that equates to 130 crew members that were taken in 22 separate incidents. And this was more from last year, which was reported 135. And so with that being said, some of the reasons for this rise in piracy and kidnappings is because some of these perpetrators don't think they'll get caught, which is something we were saying before, in that ensuring that we have the criminal judicial system in play to make sure that that is not a mindset that people have, that if they do get caught, they will get reprimanded accordingly. Also, there's been an increased ransom payout for abductions if there's more than 10 people. Some countries, especially one that we had seen with China, China had, from what they're speculating, that they had paid off a ransom for capturing of their fishermen. So if the price tag goes up for people, there's going to be more of an incentive for them to continue on doing piracy attacks and kidnappings at sea. And then also too, what we're seeing is that some of these maritime security concerns are becoming more sophisticated in nature. So some of these pirates are having more capability, whether it be in weaponry, some of their fighting skills. They're being able to do a lot more violent attacks further away from the shorelines. So what has the regional and international response been? So as was mentioned, the Yaoundé Code of Conduct, that was a good start back in 2013 with 25 African governments coming together to work towards this issue. Since then, there have been other projects to date that have been going on, specifically with the U.S. Department of Transportation Maritime Administration. They have revised some of their advisories for the Gulf of Guinea region, specifically for any ships that are transiting through, just to be mindful of if anything looks suspicious, make sure they're reporting it and handling those accordingly. For Sixth Fleet, what we've done, we attended a 2-day International Maritime Defense and Exhibition Conference hosted by the Ghanaian Navy that happened this past summer. We do have a ship out at sea right now, or she's in Africa, USS Herschel Woody Williams. She has been doing pretty much a circumnavigation deployment around the globe, around the continent of Africa. And they've been doing different maritime security exercises along the way. Specifically back in August, they did a maritime security exercise off of Ghana in Nigeria area. Also too, just recently, the British Royal Navy, they sent HMS Trent to the Gulf of Guinea. And this is also showing the UK's commitment to helping out with the maritime security concerns in the region. And then just recently with Nigeria launching their Deep Blue project, that's been something that's happened. The French-led Navy exercise, Grand African Nemo, that happened last month. And this is a continual exercise that happens, trying to bring together military afloat, ground, and air assets in order to share the know-how and improve operational levels in maritime security. Just also late last month, they had the Gulf of Guinea, Friends of Gulf of Guinea, discussions that were had about maritime security and how we can advance in that agenda and working together. And then there was a Gulf of Guinea Declaration on Suppression of Piracy signed by organizations across the maritime industry in response to the growing concerns and increased attacks in the region, and how the private sector can work together in making sure that the waterways are safe. And I know these are just only a few of the community's response. There's plenty of others. And like I said, this is something where we're going to continue in the future to kind of work together, build together, especially with our standing naval exercises that we have that are ran by Naval Forces Africa, Obangami happening next springtime. This just shows our commitment to the region and how this is important to us, as well as USS Herschel Woody Williams, who is assigned to Africa and transits around for maritime security patrols. As I wrap up my brief here, there were some questions that I wanted to address, maybe to help stir some conversation or some thoughts. But some things to think about are, what are for the expertise in the room here, what are some of the factors you believe are causing the increase in the number of kidnappings at sea, and what you think can be done to curb this? Another question is, how else can the international community participate in this effort, and how effective are their efforts to date? And is there anything that we can do to course correct to make this, to lessen the concerns? One thing I've seen as well as a discussion point was with the piracy attacks that we had in the Horn of Africa several years ago. With the strategy and the coalition effort that was out there off the Horn of Africa, is there some things that we can apply from that case study and apply it to Gulf of Guinea? And then also too, with the Yaoundé security architecture, if there's anything that should be added or changed, because this all kind of feeds back into, at least from our side of the house, from the military side, we practice, we train how we fight. So is there anything that should be considered or even altered or added? That'd be something to think about. And then also too, what other capabilities or resources should we tap into that we haven't either thought about or maybe considered? So those are some questions, to add for this discussion here. But ultimately, like I said, for our standpoint, the waterways are important. Maritime security is very important to us, as you see with the maritime presence that we have in the region. So like we said, seafarers do have, they're just as important to the global economy, especially with all of our online commerce that we have now. It's very important that we make sure that the waterways are safe so that they can, do their job, so that we can continue to prosper as a global society. So that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Kendall. Thank you very, very much. Your insights on the subject is well appreciated. At this point, I'd like to also observe that some of the questions you have posed for the Q&A, obviously the earlier lectures have addressed most of them, but we'll also look at them when I do the summary, the sum up. I'd like to crave the indulgence of the organizers to say that we are running behind time with regards to the roundtable one. We're supposed to be done at 12:40, but my time is 12:45, Nigerian time. So please, we request that you give us maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, so that we can have our friend from France, the French Navy, give us his perspective. Is that okay? Control, is that okay?
I'm trying to come on. Yes, yes, we get the message, sir. But we've been advised that they take as much time as is necessary to deal with their topics as much as possible.
Sorry?
We've been advised that the speakers should take as much time as is necessary for them to deal with their.
Okay, cool. So we're good to go.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, thank you very much. So on this note, I'd like to invite Vice Admiral Olivia Nebas to please give us his perspective on the subject. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm great and honored to be part of this event. I already presented the French Navy disposal because I'm in charge to command this French Navy disposal in the Gulf of Guinea, which is based on permanent deployment of Navy ship for 30 years, is based also on the presence of our surveillance maritime aircraft in Dakar permanently, and relying a lot on a very large network of officers spread in more than 15 countries to cooperate and as a liaison officer with the French Navy. Of course, we have in the region national operations in several domains like search and rescue, fights against narcotics. For example, we catched it 9 months ago, 6 tons of cocaine on board a merchant ship cruising from South America to Gulf of Guinea in the beginning of the year. And also, of course, some patrols in the area where we have the main threat of piracy. But our main policy, or the cornerstone of our international action, is based on the partnership logic. And this partnership logic has 2 goals, 2 main objectives. The first one is to contribute to the capacity building of the local, of the African partners in the region. Why? Because French Navy is really convinced that the solution to address the maritime insecurity in the region is for the long-term perspective, is based on the ability of local nations, all nations around the Gulf of Guinea, to provide by themselves the maritime security in the region with the support, the help of partnership navies. We have a very good example of that. Is the decrease of pirate actions we can observe this year in 21. It's mainly in several factors explaining that success is mainly the result of the Nigerian authorities' efforts in several domains. First, for example, is domains of capacity building, the increasing number of assets operating at sea, aircraft, ships, etc. It's also a new organizations and a new policy with the Blue Jet project, for example, the Blue Deep project, as it was explained before. And in addition, all the effort in the domain of prosecution in order to have the legal finish after arresting pirates. And we observed this year 2 prosecution of pirates with very heavy sentences against them. So this example show how the improvement of local navy could conduct to a very good result in maritime security. But how we can do this capacity to help this capacity building by many a lot of actions, many actions, some training, education ashore. For example, we trained more than 1,000 sailors per year before the COVID. And we are happy to see that these efforts are restarting now thanks to the vaccine. We embark often some Navy guys, African Navy guys are on board our ship, and we organize, we exercise a lot together at sea. And also we conduct some common patrols at sea and operations. For example, a common patrol with Ivory Navy, which allows the seizure of an illegal fishing vessel cargo. Last month, with the support of our Falcon, our aircraft, maritime surveillance aircraft, and the presence of our patrol ship, we observe a great Senegalese operation that allowed the seizure of 2 tons of cocaine. So some example of the way we promote to sustain and to contribute to the capacity building in the region. The second objective is around the multilateral cooperation. We want to contribute to foster, to support the multilateral cooperation in the region. And for that, we are really supportive of the architecture of Yaoundé. Why? Why we are supportive of this kind of multilateral cooperation? Because we observe that despite the very good result of nations, for example, against piracy, I spoke just before about the success of Nigeria, we have parallel effects showing that we need to increase the level of cooperation. Because thanks to the Nigerian efforts, we observe that pirates are squeezed, are under pressure, and their business model is less and less efficient. They need now to operate to go farther and farther from the coastline. Their business model is harder today because of that. But the result is they now operating very far from the coastline and sometimes outside the Nigerian EEZ, and sometimes also in the neighborhood EEZ. So that evolution, that trend is showing that we need to implement a stronger and a very good cooperation in the region if we want to cut definitively the threat. And how we do the job, how we try to sustain the multilateral cooperation in the region. For that is clearly the objective of architecture of Yaoundé. So France is organizing every year Grand African Nemo, which is clearly dedicated to operationalize the architecture of Yaoundé. All the exercise is built, is think as the way to implement and to operationalize all these organizations. And for that, the main players are the 19 African countries, navies, embedded in the exercise. And in addition, we have partners, navies, which are more in supporting this exercise. We had this year 10 partners navy, some partners navy from EU, some of them Brazil, UK, US, etc. So thanks to that, we can improve, we can strengthen all the organization in operations at sea. In addition, Gano is also built to play and to strengthen the and to operationalize YARIS system. YARIS is a system of common information sharing. This system was built for Yaoundé architecture, and it is a sovereign system built for sovereign nation to conduct their actions, their operations at sea. And so we want, through the exercise, to operationalize and to improve this tool, thanks to the feedback we could observe during the exercise. YARIS also could open new field of cooperations, because thanks to the fact we can share the same picture, maritime picture, thanks to this common tool, it's easier to implement more and more some, for example, common patrols, like it was done 3 weeks ago by Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. We can also imagine some MOU to implement the possibility to pursue pirates outside national EEZ and in the neighborhood EEZ. And we have also, so thanks to that, we can improve the cooperation and the coordination of all the nations around the Gulf of Guinea. Gano is also wants to address all kinds of threats impairing the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Gano is not focused on anti-piracy. We want to address also the problem of illegal fishing. So a lot of exercises are dedicated to that, to fight also against the illegal trafficking, to tackle with pollutions, and to also to conduct some exercise of search and rescue. So Gano, Grand African Nemo, is clearly for French Navy the tool we use to implement and to foster the local maritime cooperation. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Lebas. Merci beaucoup. Your perspective, very, very well understood. You've been able to share your thoughts, but it dwelled more on the tactical level of support that is required to address most of the issues, which is one of the critical areas that we need to actually look into, because if we're able to tackle things at the tactical level, we clearly define strategic and operational directives, then the issue will be a lot more put to bed. So, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your contribution. And I hope that in the question and answer session, if there are questions that you need to address, I'll refer them to you. Thank you very much. On this note, I'd like to invite the representative of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Wambai, to share the thoughts of the CNS with us. Wambai, you have the floor. 10 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I, on behalf of the CNS, wish to acknowledge this time out to acknowledge the organizers of this symposium, wherein issues in the Gulf of Guinea have been addressed. I also want to thank you, sir, for being a wonderful moderator. Much talking, sir. The issues to most of us, so I'm sure I have to apologize for joining up late. It was due to some technical issues from this side and our late awareness of this program. Now, having said that, let me just look at a little assessment of the security situation in Nigeria's maritime environment, and by and large, the Gulf of Guinea. Threats in the Nigeria's maritime environment are numerous. Notable threats are piracy, sea robbery, and kidnapping. This is the bane of what we talk about every day and every time. Crude oil theft, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, as well as marine pollution. The effect of this on the economy are known already. Hence, Nigeria's effort at addressing this threat only I will attempt to highlight as directed. Now, looking at Nigerian Navy's efforts, the requirement for effective policing by the Nigerian Navy is hinged on its trinity of action, comprising surveillance capability, response initiative, and enforcement, as defined by the total spectrum maritime strategy that guides Nigerian Navy's operation. Now, to achieve the surveillance leg of this trinity of action, maritime domain awareness facilities, namely the regional and maritime awareness capability and the Falcon Eye facilities, are deployed to provide early warning while monitoring Nigeria's maritime environment. Maritime Operations Center in other countries are linked to this facility to enhance information sharing and actionable intelligence. Now, on the response initiative, which is tailored towards timely and appropriate intervention on identified infractions while being visible at sea. The enforcement aspect deals with collaboration with maritime stakeholders, both foreign and in-country, that is needed to ensure adherence to maritime regulations. Albeit, the trinity of action concept guides Nigeria's Navy conduct of maritime security operations by her 3 operational commands, which are located in the west, in the central, and the eastern part of Nigeria. In real terms, to make shipping secure in Nigeria, the Nigerian Navy commenced Operation Sereteku, Operation Calm Water. Once Operation Sereteku looks at the high seas, Operation Calm Water is mainly tailored towards the backwaters. And of course, we also try to maintain a 24 hours patrol of the Lagos Anchorage area, which is very vital for shipping, as that is the holding bay for shipping coming into Nigeria. Closely, the Nigerian Navy works with NIMASA on the Deep Blue project. As we are aware, there are platforms, helicopters, and ships procured by NIMASA that is being operated by personnel of the Nigerian Navy. Additional to what I have said so far, the Nigerian Navy is also engaged in Operation Delta Safe, Operation Awase, and the choke point management regime. All these are tailored at securing Nigeria's backwater, because it is known that whatever happens at sea, be it piracy or crude oil theft, emanates from land and then actualizes on the high seas. And when it actualizes in the high sea, it also comes back to the land. Now, to be able to achieve all this, the Nigerian Navy maintains a minimum of 3 ships at sea on a daily basis and patrols the backwaters due to about 37 major rivers that we have from the ocean inland. We deploy about 45, minimum 45 small boats to patrol these waters on a daily basis. Now, from the 37 major river entrances that we have 33 houseboats located at them. These are critical points that we believe must be secured by Nigeria that will be able to aid, reduce perpetrators of illegalities at sea. So for the 37 major river entrances, 13 are already protected, and there's ongoing effort to add more towards protecting all the river entrances and thereby reducing the time on task, which also aids the surveillance capability of the Nigerian Navy. You should also know that the essence of surveillance is to make free platforms that will be available to react to infractions when needed, and not just to be on patrol, but to be able to react to infractions while maintaining presence at designated area that we think is necessary for us. What I need to mention also is the collaboration between Gulf of Guinea states, such as the Zone E patrol arrangement, hitherto known as Operation Prosperity, which has been now renamed into Operation Safe Domain. Safe Domain started operations again between the 22nd and 24th of November, which is precisely 2 weeks ago, with these countries, that is Togo, Benin, and Nigeria, started operating together to see how their collaboration towards securing their waters can be more effective. The Nigerian Navy also collaborates with international partners, like the French Vice Admiral just stated. Operation Grand Nemo is one of those collaborations. Exercise Obangame is another one of those, and all this is to build capacity while helping the states in the coast or in the Gulf of Guinea to be able to enhance their capacity to be able to carry out patrol of their waters on their own. Operation on the enforcement leg, collaboration with other stakeholders is well defined and guided by the Harmonized Standard Procedure 2017 that defines the scope of stakeholders' responsibility while operating within Nigeria's maritime environment. On this, I can say the judiciary in Nigeria must be commended for doing a great job by delivering landmark rulings that encourages the Nigerian Navy in carrying out its duty. Having said what Nigerian Navy tries to do, let me look at some of the achievements that we have done so far, starting with anti-piracy operations. The essence of the Nigerian Navy effort anti-piracy operation is to ensure a secure maritime space for investors in the maritime industry to transact unhindered business in Nigeria's maritime domain. This effort of the Nigerian Navy is yielding desired result, as after concerted efforts, own data indicate that from a high of 89 piracy attacks in the Gulf of Guinea, with 70 taking place in Nigeria's water in year 2016, it dropped to 21 attacks in Nigerian waters in 2019. Furthermore, from January to November of 2021, 11 piracy attacks only took place in the Gulf of Guinea, with 6 taking place in Nigeria's maritime environment, out of which only 2 were successful. I think this might have led to the IMB's report, which stated that there has been an all-time low of piracy attacks within the Gulf of Guinea. This definitely is only achieved, or this was achieved, due to the concerted effort of concerted patrolling efforts, both within the back waters on the high seas by the Nigerian Navy in collaboration with other partners. Noting that piracy is the biggest impediment to security of seafarers in the Gulf of Guinea and Nigeria's maritime environment in particular, there is the need to continue to operate at optimal level to ensure presence at the sea and thereby discourage perpetrators of illegalities within the Gulf of Guinea. The next achievement is in the area of anti-crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, and illegal refining operations. Due to activities of pipeline vandals and crude oil thieves, Nigeria's export of crude oil dropped to about 800,000 barrels per day in the year 2015. However, with concerted efforts at securing the maritime environment, we saw a rise in production of up to 2,070,000 million barrels of crude per day in the first quarter of 2020. However, due to the coronavirus epidemic, there was a drop in the production capacity. And by and large, by this year, we have been making an average of 1.5 to 1.7 million barrels of crude per day. This is not due to only illegality, but mostly due to the effect of the coronavirus. Now, a look at options that we have for enhanced security within the Gulf of Guinea. The options available for enhanced security of the Gulf of Guinea is to be single country arrangement, bilateral arrangement, or international support. By single country arrangement, we are looking at where countries can on their own be able to police its water. However, apart from Nigeria, Ghana, and Angola within the Gulf of Guinea, most other states have little or limited capacity in floating a navy that can be able to do that. Even at that, only Nigeria remains the country that has maintained or tried to use this option to provide security within its maritime area. For instance, in order to protect the sea lanes, the Nigerian Navy rejigged its operational concept. This led to us bringing in private maritime logistics support company to operate alongside Nigerian Navy ship. What I mean by this is that we have Nigerian Navy ship doing core naval functions of patrol and securing sea lanes of communication, while at those installations that are critical to Nigeria within the sea area, we have private maritime logistics support company that provides the needed support. Therefore, we do not tie our vessels to those things. So we have a quasi arrangement where naval platforms will always be available for patrol. These same vessels can also be called up from time to time as the need arises to support Nigerian Navy if there is the need for that. On the other hand, the zonal arrangement that is part of the Yaoundé Accord seems not to be as effective within the Gulf of Guinea, as there are only 2 zones that have tried to activate the zonal patrolling or zonal security arrangement. The zone that we belong to, which is Zone E, is one of that zone. And like I said earlier, we started back again by doing some patrolling with a ship from Togo, a ship from Benin, and a ship from Nigeria. That was a test run, and other modalities are being worked out to see how far this can go. The other option for maintaining security that members of the Gulf of Guinea seem to have accepted was the coordinated maritime presence within the Gulf of Guinea by warships from European Union nations and other stakeholders. The coordinated maritime presence seems acceptable as it was meant to ensure presence of warship in the Gulf of Guinea, that we are to collaborate with the coastal states Navy by providing information and intelligence. This arrangement worked until over the very few last weeks when some of these warships began taking actions without recourse to coastal states where they were operating. This trend needs to be reversed to the agreed status. This option has the best potential if it is to be operated within the agreement. There is therefore the need for the Gulf of Guinea Commission to agree to a firm terms on the operations of foreign warships within the Gulf of Guinea. Now, having said that, and within the time that I have, I've tried to briefly highlight some major challenges, the Nigerian Navy's efforts, and what we think can help not only Nigeria, but other countries to be able to provide a safe and secure maritime environment within the Gulf of Guinea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grandma Wambai. Thanks for that very apt intervention. Just like you observed that it was at very short notice, but in the same vein, you've done justice to the Navy perspective. So we thank you so very much for being part of this process. And please give our sincere regards to the Chief of Naval Staff. Now, I think because we have gone way beyond time, we're supposed to have our question and answer sessions as we speak. I have checked on the question and answer portal. We have 3 questions, or rather, I think I can see 2. And I will share it with the panelists. And of course, and I will also ask that the relevant agency or authority that has the responsibility to superintend over such areas of interest take on the question. There's a question from Tunji Abarajo, and it reads, have the federal government of Nigeria incorporated most of the IMO conventions on environmental protection? For example, ballistic water management, fuel use emission, and convention relating to safety of life at sea, SOLAS, and standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping for seafarers, STCW, into national shipping policy regarding on education and training. At the same, Tunji also did ask, how best is the federal government of Nigeria prepared in the light of the new changing technology and international legislation to intensify professional maritime education and training for our teeming seafarers to benefit or take advantage of the volume of new skilled crew demand in the revolution of green shipping? I think in the circumstance, the best person to address this question is the DG Nimasa. So I will humbly request that Dr. Jamo will lay credence and answer these questions so we can move forward. Thank you, DG. Is the DG still with us, or is of course, he's a busy man? Control, please confirm if he's not there so we can make progress. Control.
We understand, sir, that the DG Nimasa is currently unavailable. So,
right. Okay, so in the circumstance, I think we should just proceed and conclude. It's been a long day. Let me therefore, on behalf of the organizers and everybody who has participated and the panelists, thank all of us that have taken time to be part of this all-important seminar. But by way of summary, like I would normally want to do, I would have, if not for time so far spent, I would have normally taken each of the presentations and do a brief summary of their contributions. But I would rather, in the circumstance, just do a broad overview of all that has been said by all the panelists and those who have made contributions to this topic. In summary, what everybody has tried to do in addressing the topic, which of course is international cooperation for secure Gulf of Guinea, stakeholders' perspective. All the papers have in broad terms discussed issues bordering on strategic, operational, and tactical level, in as much as they highlighted the challenges and advocated solutions or how best we can solve the problems. The recurring decimal in all of these, of course, is the issue of the threat, which we all know by now. In some instances, the geostrategic importance and position of the Gulf of Guinea with regards to economic well-being of the global environment, the littoral states of the Gulf of Guinea. And then, of course, all the efforts that have been made, both at all levels, strategic, operational, and tactical, to ensure and in place a secure and safe Gulf of Guinea maritime environment. I will therefore, in the circumstance, establish that our takeaway from here as a way forward will be that for us to achieve that laudable objective of making sure we have a secure and safe Gulf of Guinea maritime environment, we would, in the circumstance, ensure the establishment of a clearly defined MOU by Gulf of Guinea states and other stakeholders that is anchored on trust and understanding, which inadvertently would elicit the desired cooperation and enhance capacity building and capabilities for a secure Gulf of Guinea. 2, the enhanced political will and good governance by the Gulf of Guinea states that will reduce the incidences of crime and criminality, improved response capabilities and initiatives. Of course, there will be need also to improve regulatory framework and law enforcement through harmonized legal instruments and domestication of extant laws and conventions. There will be need also for increased and visible private sector participation in the Gulf of Guinea security projects, including civil society organizations in policy formulation. Equally important is the improvement and optimal utilization of extant maritime domain awareness capabilities to ensure enhanced operational efficiency of the coast guards and navies of the Gulf of Guinea region. And finally, but not the least, dedicated funding and emplacement of sustainable development initiatives. These, in a nutshell, can be achieved in the context of what I always will refer to as Global Maritime Partnership Initiative, GMP. GMP, within its framework, advocates a collective security, cooperation, and collaboration at the strategic, operational, and tactical levels, with current and concurrent effort towards ensuring maritime safety and security in the Gulf of Guinea. It implies a broad, preventive, proactive, and sustainable initiative that encompasses strategic, operational, and tactical action plans designed to address maritime security challenges. It is understood by mutually conceived relationships anchored on trust and understanding at international, regional, sub-regional, and national levels between littoral states and landlocked nations. Hence, strategically, GMP is based on sustainable collaboration and cooperation on the basis of a clearly defined cooperation mechanism designed to ensure the robust security and defense of the maritime domain. Its intrinsic value lies in the principle of collective action, based on the philosophy of comparative advantage and burden sharing. In operational context, it will entail the aggregation of essential maritime assets and capabilities of distinct groups, nations within a region or sub-region, and the international community, all with common maritime interests and the sole objective of addressing maritime security challenges. Similarly, within the tactical realm, it involves a broad-based maritime asset deployment that ensures optimal resource allocation, information gathering, intelligence sharing, human capacity development, and the rest of the factors. It will equally explore combined action plan and efficient tactical engagement options directed at containing maritime security challenges in its entirety. It is envisioned that strategic partnership and cooperation between Gulf of Guinea member states and the international community, as well as their agencies, including other maritime stakeholders, will go a long way to equip the security organs of the territorial states of the Gulf of Guinea with the requisite human and technical capacity building measures, both at the operational and tactical levels, for effective maintenance of peace, law, order at sea, thus ensuring efficient maritime domain governance and security of the global commons, and should be considered, therefore, as a strategic tool of choice for enhanced maritime security of the Gulf of Guinea. These are my thoughts. And I think in the circumstance, what is important is for all of us to work as seriously as a team to see how best we can operationalize all of these things that we have said into an action plan that will help us define the imperatives so that we would be doing that which we should do by doing the needful. Because if it comes to talking the talk, we have talked so much. What is important now is to walk the walk. So I hope that the communiques that will come out of this all-important seminar will be useful and will clearly define how, what should be done, how it should be done, when, particularly in the immediate, medium, short, and long-term framework. So that at the end of the day, by next year, if we have opportunity to have this conference again, we should be asking ourselves from our wish list, how far have we implemented most of the things we've talked about? On this note, I want to thank the organizers once more on behalf of the panelists, and also thank the panelists for being part of this all-important Roundtable 1. We pray that God will bless us all as we march on in our future endeavors. I wish all of you the best of the Yuletide season, and may God bless us all the way. Thank you very much, and do have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, sir. Admiral Joseph Ezoba, maritime security expert. He truly spoke as somebody who is a professional and is quite experienced in these areas. One thing we must take away here is the issue of clearly defined objectives. There is a local saying in Africa that a goat that is owned by the community usually dies of hunger. But when roles are defined, each country has its own strategic contribution to make. It makes it easier for everybody. We must thank him most sincerely. We thank the panelists. And with that, we come to the end of the first roundtable. Because we are so far spent with time, we have to go immediately into the second roundtable. To moderate the second roundtable, which is on marine transport and port development, we call on Mrs. Vivian Chimezie Azubrike. TST, could you please put her on? As she comes on, Ms. Azubrike is a Director, Operations and Administration of the Nigerian Chamber of Shipping. She's a graduate of Maritime Management Technology from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. She holds a Master's in Business Administration from the Lagos State University. Before her appointment as the Director, Operations and Administration at the Chambers of Shipping, she was a Coordinating Manager at the Nigerian Chamber of Shipping. She has also served as a Director,
Membership and Programs, and Acting Director General at the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce. She comes to us with a lot of experience in maritime transport and port development. We most welcome you, madam. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all respected dignitaries on this event. I have the privilege and honor to moderate the second roundtable and the session. And let me seize this opportunity to congratulate Mrs. Edodo for organizing another edition of the Lagos International Maritime Week, and also to thank her and her team for the honor of having me to moderate this roundtable session. I have the pleasure of moderating the session, and the topic before us is marine transportation and port development. I'd like to give a little background, and then we'll take it off from there. Everybody in this world benefits from shipping, and everything we receive, everything we have, from machines, goods, cars, everything around you was shipped or had experienced some, was shipped from one point to another before getting to you. And then marine transportation is an integral part of an integrated transport system. We've heard from our distinguished speakers and panelists that Nigeria is blessed with a massive inland waterways spanning about 10,000 kilometers. Nigeria, as a major player in the world maritime shipping trade economics, continues to seek opportunities and sustain efforts towards ratifying and domesticating policies in line with the IMO, International Maritime Organization, UNCTAD, and other international organizations within the maritime shipping industry and community, albeit to grow our domestic shipping. Currently, Nigeria is deliberately positioning the maritime industry to tap from the opportunities in the African Free Trade Agreement after and latest on the maritime community's clamor for zero carbon emission. As the world's population continues to grow, particularly in developing countries such as ours, low-cost and efficient maritime transport has an essential role to play in growth and sustainable development. And since 95% of the world trade is done by water, Nigeria, being geographically positioned to exploit the gifts of the marine environment, there has in the recent times been a more concerted effort to achieve this through the use of inland waterways to carry goods and reduce the delay experienced as a result of port congestion. A marine transportation system consists of navigable waters, vessels, or watercrafts, ports, which includes the harbor and the landside facilities, intermodal connections, highway and railway, shipyards, and of course, shipyards for repairs and dry docking facilities, and access to hinterland. Seaports are the focus of a broad spectrum of maritime activities, generating significant job and economic growth. The port is, in relation to trade, serves as both a gateway and also a terminal for countries' international trade. So port development is an exercise that is required given changing dynamics of the shipping industry and in line with international best practices. We cannot overemphasize what is occurring in the shipping world since the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have seen a need to reduce the human-to-human interactions, the need to use digitization and the deployment of machines with high intelligence, robots, and recently computers. I perceive the intervention of artificial intelligence in no distant time. The development of deep sea ports is a welcomed initiative in Nigeria. However, there is need to critically understand the intricacies of planning a new seaport and identify the structures that need to be put in place in making the seaports efficient and effectively utilized. The ultimate goal is to make our ports attractive and achieve a quick turnaround time for vessels. The factors that influence the port developments, internal, which I consider as political and social economic factors, external, I categorize the facilities, and of course the stakeholders have to be identified and put into consideration in the planning of the development of the seaport. And to do this justice to this topic, we have the privilege of listening to reputable speakers and panelists with enviable wealth of experiences and also regulators of the activities within the Nigerian maritime industry. And without further ado, please permit me to introduce Chief Dr. George Nnadube Mogalo. Chief Dr. George Nnadube Mogalo is a grassroots politician, an experienced technocrat, and a multitasking personality. He has a distinguished public service career and was the Director General, Bureau of Cooperatives and Rural Development in the Governor's Office of Abia State, and was a PAMSEC Permanent Secretary in the Abia State Ministry of Information and Culture. Chief Mogalo also served as chairman of some federal and state parastatals in Nigeria, a very active member in the Nigerian political scene. He was the national author of All Progressive Congress, APC, national auditor of the All Progressive Congress, APC, from 2014, before his appointment as Managing Director of National Inland Waterways Authority. Chief Mogalo assumed duty as Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of National Inland Waterways Authority on the 7th of October 2019. He is the 7th substantive Managing Director of National Inland Waterways Authority in Nigeria. And then I go to the next. We have Mrs. Oluseyi Oluyede. She is the Managing Director of Nigerian Benue Transport Company Limited. Or she will be ably represented by Chief Godwin Jeffia Notoma. Chief Godwin Notoma is the Director of Nigerian Benue Transport Company. Chief Godwin Jeffia Notoma is both diligent and committed as the director in the company with over 50 years experience in various private, public organizations and offices. Chief Notoma was born 4th April 1948 at Udu local government near Warri in Delta State. His education, he had a BA in geography, BA honors in geography from the University of Lagos, a postgraduate diploma in maritime transport from Cardiff University Institute, senior management course from Lagos Business School, Pan-African University, Lagos. And he is also a professional member to these institutions: Nigerian Institute of Management, Institute of Shipping Management, and International Finance Reporting Standards Compliance. So you're welcome, and we're happy to have you here. And then finally, and not, we have Oluwa Damilola Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel was born on the 23rd of January in Ebute Metta area of Lagos. He started his early education at Corona School, then proceeded to Home Science Associated Secondary School, Lagos, where he sat for and obtained the West African School Certificate. Damilola went to read English in the University of Lagos, where he obtained a Bachelor in Education. The thirst for additional academic qualifications saw him at the University of Hull, United Kingdom, where on completion, he was awarded an MBA in General Management with a distinction. His work life started with Damilola with Astro Soccer Nigeria Limited, the owners of the first 5A-side football arena in Lagos. His work experience has spanned from sales, marketing, customer service, and executive roles in various sectors as media, marine, sports, hospitality, and education. He's a top corporate communications and business analyst, reviewing corporate policies and enhancing organizational sustainability. Mr. Emmanuel carried out impact assessment on diverse organizations CSR activities and program for several years. His impeccable success led to his recall and promotion as the director in Croton Nigeria Limited, and so many beautiful and wonderful history of his passion and his achievements in his work life. Then Mr. Damilola Emmanuel is currently the general manager of the Lagos State Waterways Authority. Mr. Emmanuel, we are happy to have you here. We also have the managing director, acting managing director, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, acting managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, and of course the executive secretary, Mr. Ambassador Emmanuel Jime. He is the executive secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council. Oh, pardon me, Honorable Emmanuel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go right into the business of the afternoon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and privilege to welcome our first panelist for this session, Dr. George Moghalu. Please, can we have Dr. George Moghalu, sir? I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. My name is Engineer Hosford Dakio. I'm standing in for George Moghalu, who is unavoidably absent.
Okay.
And I will be making the paper presentation on his behalf.
Yeah.
I want to commence by welcoming all the panelists to this visual conference, to this section, and also want to appreciate the organizers for organizing this Lagos International Maritime Week 2021. I also want to appreciate the moderator for a very brief introduction of the topics that we are supposed to render. On this note, I want to appeal that you permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Now, the paper, I want to make the paper presentation by Chief Dr. Moghalu, Managing Director, National Inland Water Authority, on the topic transportation of heavy equipment by water, challenges and realities at the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021, holding on the 7th December 2021. Nigeria is blessed with a large resource base of inland waterways spanning about 10,000 kilometers, with 3,800 kilometers of it navigable all season. 28 of the nation's 36 states can be accessed through water and can also link 5 of its neighboring countries, Benin, Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Chad, and Niger Republic. The River Niger and Benue constitute the major channels for inland waterways navigation, which include but not limited to the Cross River, Porto Novo, Badagry Lagos Waterway, Lekki and Lagos Lagoons, Ogunondo Waterways, Benin River, Escravot Channel, Non River, Imo River, Orashi River, Ethiop River, Oguta River, Lake Chad, and the numerous creeks in the Niger deltas. NIWA has numerous roles and responsibilities when it comes to inland waterway transportation, such as providing regulation for inland waterways navigation, ensuring development of infrastructural facility for a national inland waterways connectivity with their economic centers using river ports and nodal points for internodal exchanges, undertaking capital and maintenance dredging, grant licenses to for private inland waterways operators, operate ferry services within the inland waterways system, design ferry routes, etc., etc. The advantages of inland waterway transportation. There are numerous advantages of inland waterways transportation system in Nigeria and also the world at large, such as environmental more friendly than road and rail, creating new routes, boosting interconnectivity within Nigeria, cheaper cost of maintenance in inland waterways than road transportation, cost of developing waterways cheaper than that of highways, cost of transportation is cheaper due to economy of scale. The advantages of transporting heavy equipment by inland waterways. Heavy equipment, which can also be referred to as heavy machineries, refers to heavy-duty vehicles of system, especially designed for executing construction tasks, and as such makes it preferable to be transported by water. There are many advantages of heavy equipment being transported, such as reduction of axle load on the roads, thereby extending the durability of our roads, reducing the maintenance cost of our roads, reducing in-road mishaps, reduction in road mishap, reduction in losses arising from road accidents and damages to roads, employment from the increased waterways traffic, cheapest and safer mode of transportation and hauling, etc. Challenges of transporting heavy equipment by inland waterways. There are various challenges being faced in transporting heavy equipment by inland waterways in Nigeria, such as government policy instability, lack of funding or paucity of funds, lack of succession plan, insecurity, lack of synergy between government ministries and agencies, lack of private sector participation and foreign investment, shallow draft of channels, unmarked, uncharted channels. Our efforts to ensure the improvement of equipment by water. The National Inland Waters Authority has undertaken some projects, among others, in-house maintenance dredging to deepen the water channels for improved navigation, installation of navigational and marked buoys and charting of the waterways, introduction of inland waterways transport code, training and certification of boat crews. Recommendation: creation of enabling environment, e.g. linking mining areas to river ports, synergy between ministries and agencies to provide easier transition from hinterlands to river ports, suitable government policies to attract private sector participation, more awareness on inland waterways transportation, investment in research to improve inland waterways transportation. At the right time, when the waterways have been developed enough, the need for legislative support to encourage compulsory transportation by water for a given tonnage of goods. Thank you. This is the paper presentation I'm making on behalf of the MD. Hello. Hello.
Okay. Yes, we can hear you, Engineer Hosford. Thank you very much for that. The presentation that was quite brief and succinct, and we thank you for working with the time. I believe that by way of housekeeping, I'll just also want to inform the participants to please put their questions at the Q&A session so that we can quickly pick up your questions from there. And then if we can answer, we answer directly. Otherwise, we answer it live. And then thank you again, Dr. Engineer Hosford. I think I'm going to invite Chief Ntodo. Chief Ntodo, sir, please, sorry, Chief Notoma, apologies, please. Notoma, Chief Notoma, I apologize for that, forgive me. So, sir, please, you have the floor for your own presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to say that I represent the Niger Benue Transport Company Limited, a company that has 62 years experience in inland waterways transportation in Nigeria. It is the oldest in Nigeria. And we are the only ones who have been able to go from Warri, Lagos, Port Harcourt to all the inland river ports and Garwa in northern Cameroon, and also the only ones who have operated on the Niger from the Benin Republic, even after the Kainji Dam was built. And so I come with that experience to share with all who will listen today. While the Niger River connects the Niger and Benue borders to the Atlantic Ocean, the Benue River leads all the way to Garwa in the northern Cameroons. The Niger Delta creeks and intercoastal waterways and lagoons run from Badagry in the extreme west to Calabar in the east of the country. Now, these waterways in the past provided the main communication routes and access from the coast into the hinterlands of the country. Expatriate trading companies such as the UAC Limited, who owned the Niger River Transport Limited, John Holt, which owned the Holt's River Transport Limited, and CFAO Limited, which owned the Niger Benue Transport Company Limited, used the waterways extensively to transport agricultural produce such as groundnuts, cotton, palm produce, beniseed, and soybeans from the hinterlands to the coastal parts for export to European markets. In return, they moved imported goods such as kerosene, cement, salt, sugar, bicycles, etc., upwards into the hinterland markets. River stations / ports such as Onitsha, Ida, Lokoja, Baro, Yelwa on the River Niger, and Makurdi, Ibi, Lao, Numan, and Yola on the Benue River grew and flourished. In the Niger Delta, Okpare River Station grew to prominence. Up to the early 1960s, river transport was very prominent and accounted for well over 30% of produce transport in the country. The Niger and Benue, being natural routes, do not require much investment in infrastructure. They only need to be improved and maintained to provide the much convenient and cost-effective industrial transportation system in the country. The route provides effective ship movement of goods between maritime ports in the country and the hinterlands. River transport is suited for the movement of bulk cargo and over comparatively long distance. Thousands of tons can be moved on a single voyage. The considerable economy of scale inherent to this mode of transport results in greatly reduced transportation costs per unit cargo.
It's our internet also improve it.
Can you change the slides to the next page? Change the slides. The basic equipment for water transport, tugs and barges, are long-lasting. They have operational lives of about 30 years and more, compared to road transport vehicles that have an operational life of about 7 years. Water transport is safer and less demanding on the ecosystem. It is the safest means of moving hazardous or toxic cargoes. Hence, manufacturers can take advantage of this by locating their operational base close to the coastline. It has the capacity of moving higher volumes of cargo compared to road and rail transportation. For example, coal, iron ore, agricultural produce, asphalt, and so on. It has minimal traffic congestion. Improved activities as regards trade and commerce. For instance, MBTC started by transporting agricultural produce from Cameroon and northern Nigeria to Warri in Delta State. Now, there are opportunities. The registration fees, custom duties, port charges, etc., serve as a major source of revenue for the country. Within the availability of more navigable waterways, the industry will require more hands, thereby reducing the unemployment rate of the country. You have to crew your boats and so on. It can be an avenue to leverage on revenue from tourism industry. Now we have challenges also. The river regime is defined by the seasons and rainfall pattern. Thus, the waterways are navigable for about 6 months per annum. In the creeks and lagoons, the routes have restricted channel width and tortuous channel alignments in certain sections. There are also some flats in parts of the lagoon through which deeper channels need to be dredged and marked for safe navigation. Decline in use started with the Civil War between 1967 and 1970, and with commercial export of crude oil. Absence of developed river route with adequate cargo handling facilities made the river ports inadequate to meet all year-round commercial transport demands. The importance of having viable iron and steel industries in the country means that huge tonnage of raw materials from iron ore, coal, etc., must be transported, and cheaply too, from the ocean ports to the steel complexes, and finished products transported from the steel industries to the ports on other locations in country. The transportation of 1 million tons of imported coal annually from Warri, or the export of 1 million tons of iron ore from Itakpe, will involve the mobilization of 33,000 motor vehicles, each carrying 30 tons. This will give about 90 trailers per day, which will intensify the road traffic, destroy our roads, and place other road users in danger. We have challenges: absence of advanced navigation systems, poor maintenance of river terminals, inadequate cargo handling equipment at the river ports. Change slides, please. Change the slide. Change slide. Government policy inconsistencies. Please change the slide. Influx of vessels that are not seaworthy. Underutilization of various ports around the country. Community disturbance along waterways. Lack of adequate security patrols along inland waterways. I'll tell you this, by 1976, that was about the last time we made any voyage to Garwa in northern Cameroon. At this time, the Niger Delta militancy has come up, and we had to stop at Patani and get soldiers to escort our boats up to Warri, and we could not transport at Warri Port because Warri Port was closed. we had to transport by road to Lagos. And then that channel of navigation stopped because we could not make further voyages. Now, lack of regulatory body framework. Fishermen nets/traps placed along the routes. Poor dredging of the river. The River Niger is like carrying more sand now than water, and there has to be annual dredging to sustain navigable channels. Lack of funding from government. In conclusion, it is quite obvious that transportation is an important factor in the development of any country. However, government policies have to be integrated with private partnership so as to formulate a better inland water transport structure, which would in turn bring about good inland water transport system and facilities. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Chief Notoma, for that very insightful presentation. I think we should just invite very quickly Mr. Emmanuel, the General Manager of Lagos State Waterways Authority, for his own presentation. Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please, can we put him on the spotlight?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that a presentation has been sent. Can I have it up or? If it's not coming up, I can as well run through it.
Mr. Mario, please go ahead. I'm sure we're going to do that. We're just sorry about that.
Okay, that's fine.
A little bit of delay, yes.
Okay, no problem. So I'd like to, of course, thank the organizers, Zoe Maritime, for their consistency in doing this year after year. You know, whenever you see such consistency, it calls for, it makes you know how serious people are. Which is why I've made sure that I stayed back, even despite the delay in the time we're meant to make this presentation, because I believe that there's a lot of contribution from various stakeholders. I'd like to also thank all the other panelists. I see a lot of the federal bodies on the waterways, from MPA to NIWA to the Nigerian Shippers Council as well. And I would like to just thank the moderator for the good work she's doing. So my own topic is around the river ports and interconnectivity of Nigeria's hinterland. Basically, what's the LASWA role? And let me quickly speak to this to say that, yeah, this is an area in which, of course, we don't exactly have full jurisdictions over, but because the waterways is such a large body which has a lot of stakeholders, and it definitely has an impact on the current inland waterways development within Lagos State. So which is why I believe that I've been called to speak. And of course, an introduction has been provided there on what river ports. I don't want to bore us with that because I know they're seasoned professionals on that. Can we have the next slide, please? Can we have the next slide? Next slide, please. Hinterland as well. I don't want to bore us with that because we definitely know what that means as well. The hinterland is pretty much what you can see in your picture on the right side is what you call the hinterland around the river port areas. Can we have the next slide, please? So for me, this is where the rubber begins to hit the road, and this is where I think it's important. Just next slide, please. Go back one slide. Please, can you go back one slide? I think the key thing that we've spoken about here is in terms of connectivity. And I think in terms of what LASWA's role has been really congestion. That's the problem we've had around Lagos, even with the hinterlands and the river ports, is an issue of there's a lot of congestion of these trucks and of course of the containers which are being housed at these hinterlands. We've had issues around how do we ensure that, you know, we are able to move the containers from one point to another point, which is from a lot of the studies we've done in Lagos State. We've had to do a lot of feasibility studies, a lot of preliminary mapping to look around core areas along the Lagos East, Lagos Central, and Lagos West as well, and see that how do we get to decongest Lagos. I think for me, this is an area in which we've now had to begin to look in terms of development, and in terms of what we've been able to then do is then obviously begin to sort of regulate alongside the other federal bodies the cargo movement, the barging system of moving cargoes from point A to point B. So I wanted to also say that even as my slides keep running. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide. Next one, the next one. The next one, that's slide 6. Yes, so this already, like I spoke about initially, begins to explain to us and makes us realize the kind of issues come about with of course, having the river ports. It presents challenges, but at the same time, there are also opportunities as well. Within Lagos now, we're currently beginning to look at the fact that if we're saying the waterways is the safest and also it's the one that is less hazardous to the environment, then we also must begin to make use of infrastructure that is not damaging the environment. So of course, looking at infrastructure that helps reduce carbon emissions is very, very important to us as a state. So we are fully looking to how we can regulate and ensure that these barriers are not causing of an environmental nuisance in terms of fumes and smokes, and even in terms of the general environment area. There's a noise. I think there's someone whose mic is not muted because I'm hearing some echo. Control, can you help with that, please? Okay, thank you. So we've been able to, of course, look at that. We're able to look at that as well. So next slide. Next slide.
I think the man's name.
Well, I think, okay, so now what have we then been able to, in terms of what have been the benefits for this for us? So like I said, we've now moved on to development of waterfront infrastructure. So now a lot of the infrastructure being built within the states. Formerly, we're just jets which are taking passengers, but now we realize there's an importance of moving cargoes from one point to another point to help decongest the ports. So the state government has identified locations such as Ikorodu, such as Ekwe, and such as Badagry to begin to site what we'll call freight terminals, which will help decongest these ports. This has been very, very important to us, and also ensure that the road networks around this current infrastructure can also take the trucks which will be coming to pick up these trailers as well and get them to their final destinations, which will be short distances, as opposed to what we had before, where every focus is on Apapa. The Apapa is swamped, and then they're still going into several other locations. And a lot of these locations can actually be accessed by the waterways. Lagos State currently has 20 local governments, of which 15 of them can actually be accessed by the waterways. And for us, it's very, very important that as we look at all of this infrastructure as well, we consider the communities around those areas, and we're making sure. So we will obviously carry out an environmental impact assessment and ensuring that we're not also affecting the communities negatively as well. So in as much as the state government might be the ones building infrastructure, or we are signed for a private sector concession program to go on, concession facility to go on, so that once it's built, then it gets into a PPP with a private company. We have to ensure that that EIA is done, because it's very, very important to ensure that we're not affecting the community negatively. But of course, most importantly, the reason why this infrastructure is cited is because there's definitely connectivity to other modes, which eventually will be the last mile for these cargoes, because once the cargoes arrive at the freight terminal, they're then taken to their final destination. Next slide, please. So the next slide just talks a bit about LASWA. I didn't want to take it for granted that everybody who knew who LASWA was, but LASWA was established in 2008 by the Lagos State Waterways, by the Lagos State House of Assembly, what they consider the inland waterways within Lagos State, but of course do that alongside the federal body NIWA. And Lagos State, of course, through LASWA has also entered into several PPPs to be able to ensure that we can drive sustainable development on the waterways. The next slide, please, speaks a bit about our vision and our mission of who we are. Next slide. Next slide again after that. Our vision and mission just speaks about who we are. Next slide. Control. Slide 10, please. Thank you. So these have been our innovative efforts in recent times, even as it relates to this topic. We've been citing, like I mentioned already, and developing ports and terminals strategically to complement the existing ones and to improve transshipment, and of course, the siting of the freight terminals. We've been standardizing operational procedures in collaboration with sister regulatory ministries and agencies. And for the first time, it will say in, let's say, West Africa, we're just setting up the very first inland waterways command and control center, which begins to enable us vessel track, gather data, and also improve safety on the inland water, which is very, very key for us. And of course, to be able to respond to search and rescue, because we also had meetings with even the barge operators who have spoken about how, they need the regulators to be able to respond in terms of if there's any emergency with any of their tugboats or any of their containers, which happens to have an issue while going on the waterways. And of course, there's also been done by the state government channelization, which will involve dredging of the navigable routes, either for passenger transport or for freight transport, and of course the installation of what we'll call marker buoys, which will be these signs which are there to be able to ensure that the whether passenger transportation or freight transportation actually know their routes. Next slide, please. The next slide is just pictures showing you what the control room looks like and some of our modern infrastructure. The next slide showing you what the control room will look like. And this is currently in operation and will be done before the end of this year, 2021. And also showing you some of our major jetties and terminals, which has space for the potential. And then following slide shows you the patrol boats we have to be able to effectively monitor the waterways. My emergency and rescue unit team being trained. The last slide just basically talks about the fact of who we are between Lagos State and what our connection is with Lagos State. And our vision is to ensure that we have a safer, a more efficient, and an effective inland waterways system. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel, for that very robust presentation. So we've taken the presentations for the three of our panelists who are available. I do have the information that the acting managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Mr. Muhammad Bello Koko, and Honorable Emmanuel Jime, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, are unavoidably absent. So we want to go now to the Q&A session. And then if we have any other questions, we're taking questions now. If you have questions, kindly type them in the Q&A box, and then we are going to ask the questions. So we have a question here from Tunji Agbarojo. I hope I pronounced that correctly, and forgive me if I didn't. Tunji Agbarojo is asking, he says, can Cabotage Act 2003 boost shipping development in Nigeria, and what are or could be the consequences of the act? on shipping investment opportunities. I think I would like Engineer Hosford to answer this question, since it has to do with regulation as a federal act. Engineer Hosford, please.
Can you come up with the question again?
Okay, can Cabotage Act 2003 boost shipping development in Nigeria? And what are or could be the consequences of the act on shipping investment opportunities? Thank you.
Okay. The Cabotage Act, as I understand it, is meant to encourage Nigerians' ownership of vessel and their participation in shipping business. And so far, the operators of that act, the operation of that act is under the control of NIMASA. And I actually do not know to what extent that act has been put into the use or. And but what I want to say is that actually that is the intention of the act, you know, to encourage local ownership of and control of the marine industry in Nigeria. You know, I don't know if how many companies have benefited from that act. We are supposed to have some fund, you know, that should be available for prospective maritime businessmen to draw from that fund to be able to, you know, enable them own vessels. Currently, I am representing NIWA, for instance, in a committee. This committee is, the intention of the committee is to look at the shipbuilding industry, the capacity, shipbuilding capacity in Nigeria, and to be able to see where the cabotage can play a role. We are currently undertaking an audit of this the shipbuilding industries in Nigeria. And I think this is one way the act is meant to help, you know, to build capacity, you know, in the local capacity in shipbuilding and ship ownership. The committee members include NIWA, NIMASA, which is the cabotage section of NIMASA, and local content, that is NCDMB. You know, these are the committee members, and we are currently working to ensure that we, you know, improve local capacity in shipbuilding and ship ownership. So that's the contribution I have to make.
All right, thank you very much, Engineer Hosford. So yes, the answer is yes. Mr. Tunji, if you were listening in, yes, Cabotage Act would boost shipping development, and that's the whole idea. The whole idea is to encourage domestic shipping activities within Nigerian territorial waters. You know, that's basically what it is. So it also involves ship development, of course, is part of what Cabotage Act caters to. There's a question here from Jacqueline Favor from Ghana. She wants to know what Nigeria Agro River Port is about and what it will be used for. I'd like to present that question to Chief Natoma. Chief Natoma, sir, if you're still on the call, can you please give us that? All right, so please speak to that question from Jacqueline Favor from Ghana. She wants to know what Nigeria's Agro River Port is about and what it would be used for.
Originally, in fact, when I went into my paper,
yes,
when Nigeria was mainly an agricultural producing country, we exported. And at one time, we used to take fertilizer from NAFCON and then to deliver to all the ADPs, Onitsha, Ibi, Yola, Lao, all we deliver. Huge tonnage. And then from those river stations, the other people came to get fertilizer. So if there are stations built specific for agricultural purpose, it then makes it easier that inputs for agriculture can be transported from there, and then export produce can be brought up to that place. And of course, processing can also take place in that place, from whence it will be transported again to inland locations. So it means centralizing activity in a particular location, which will include give the possibility for transportation of raw materials, for transportation of inputs for agriculture, for distribution of finished products. I think this will be advantageous in many ways. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Chief Notoma. If we understood you correctly, one of the reasons why we had this river port was because of the industries that were situated within the hinterlands, and they were very, very instrumental to transportation of heavy machines and finished goods, and of course unfinished products that were used for in the factories. And your submission is that it's important that we do not lose what we have in the 60s. I mean, it was quite interesting to know that, I mean, we've had inland waterways activities as far as the 60s. I mean, in the past 60 years, and that means in the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. So it's important that we look at, what has changed. I mean, what are the dynamics, what has changed, and what are the lessons we learn from these changes, and how can we improve on our waterways now, albeit the use of intermodal transportation system to reduce the cost of transportation, avoid the congestion that we are presently experiencing at the ports, take advantage of our natural resource, which is the waterways, and also technological changes that have come over time. I mean, what we have now is not what we have in the 60s. So how do we incorporate these changes and make Nigeria, of course, the maritime hub that we all wish and hope for it to be, especially in view of the AFCFTA trade agreements, where we are really, really interested in making Nigeria the maritime hub of Africa. So I want to thank you very much, Mr. Notoma, our Chief Notoma, for that submission. Do we have any other question? Okay, yes. So Mr. Tunji has another question. I think I'll take one or two more questions, and then we're going to close the wrap up this session. Mr. Tunji is asking if financing shipping investment is among the big constraints in Nigeria, particularly where domestic markets for enhancing needs are small. What are the policies in place for the federal government of Nigeria to attract foreign investors and financial institutions to massively invest into the industry? Engineer Hosford, would you like to speak to this? And then maybe we should also have Chief Notoma. Engineer Hosford, please. You are muted, sir. You'd like to unmute?
Okay. My take on this is simple. As we all know, up to date, there's been a problem, a big challenge because of paucity of funds. And attracting investments, will entail ensuring that we entail creating an enabling environment for foreign investors. And one of the enabling environments that we need to create from the perspective of NIWA as a regulatory body is to ensure that the waterways are navigable. And that is why recently we, in partnership with Sea-Link and Nezim Bank and the Navy, we are undertaking the charting, the mapping and the charting of the lower River Niger and the Benue. The project was flagged off on the 24th of November. And this project is a very critical project to attracting investment, foreign investment to the shipping subsector. And apart from, this is what we are doing, apart from following from that, there is also a plan in place to ensure that after this charting project, the outcome of that project will enable NIWA to undertake maintenance dredging and subsequently sustain that dredging. And this is part of the MOU that NIWA has entered with Sea-Link and Nezim Bank. So that is what is there. There are other aspects to creating enabling environment for business to attract foreign investors, but that may be beyond NIWA's purview. What NIWA is looking at now is to ensure that the vessels are navigable, the rivers are navigable, create interconnectivity, even beyond Nigeria, within the West African sub-region, and attract investment. Nobody, no ship owner will allow his vessel to ply a river that is not charted, that is shallow, that is not mapped. And that is the first stage, the first step we need to address, before we look at other issues. We also have our ports. We have the Onitsha port. We have these facilities of the ports. We have the Barrow port. We have the Calabar ports. All these are the Calabar port, for instance. Sorry, I'm talking of the Lokoja port, for instance. All these are work in progress. This Lokoja port is work in progress. We also have done a lot, in the area of ensuring the navigability of the inland waterways. We have done a lot. We have buoyed some of the routes, the river routes, like even it's ongoing now in Lagos. The buoyage project is being executed in Lagos, ongoing now, and there are other rivers that we are undertaking buoyage execution. So this is what I think we should do to make this river navigable and free from obstruction, removal of anything that will constitute a navigation challenge to plying these rivers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any more questions, but I have a question for Lagos State Water Authorities. My question is, at what point do you integrate your operations with NIWA? Where does LASWA stop? Where does NIWA continue? Where does NIWA stop? And where does LASWA continue? So we need to understand that. I think that dynamics is very important so that our participants will also understand what LASWA is doing and what NIWA is doing differently. Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel, are you still on the call? Do we still have Mr. Emmanuel on the call, please?
Okay.
Admin, do we?
Yes.
Do we have?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Emmanuel has exited the room. Yes, he's no longer with this meeting now.
Okay. All right. Very well then. Okay. All right. No problems. If we do not have any questions, I don't see any hands raised. I think I'll quickly go through what we have here. I want to once again thank the panelists and the speakers for very insightful presentations, robust, and also for a valuable session we've had with you. I'll just do one or two, do a quick recap, and then we can, wrap up the meeting. But if we have anybody who wants to make any contribution before this time, please indicate by raising your hand. I'll just give a minute. If you have anybody who wants to make any sort of contribution, please raise your hand and we will yield the mic to you. No?
I'd like to make a contribution, yes.
Okay, all right, sir, please do.
Yes,
go ahead.
We're talking about, is somebody out there? We're talking about investment. Now, any investor looks for where the opportunity is, where if he invests, he will make some profit. Now, if we don't draw from history, we will never learn. The Europeans who came here, they saw the possibility of making profit on the capital that they invest. That is why they invested. The Inland Waterways Department at that time was able to dredge, not able to dredge as such, but was able to give information so that river pilots were able to take people inland. Mm-hmm. Now, if I put my money, what am I going to get in return? Where is the available cargo? What is the turnaround time at the river ports? What handling equipment do they have there? This is not the time where you got natives and you were beating drums and they were carrying produce on their backs and running onto the barges to load. Now is you have to use the mechanized methods. What do we have in Onitsha River Port, for example, for offloading containers? The people from the eastern area, they import containers in large quantities. If you want to serve them, you can go from Warri, you can go from Port Harcourt, you can go from Lagos. I hear the Lagos man complaining of congestion. There's opportunity in Lagos. The containers are there. The waterway links Lagos to Onitsha, up to Yola. But what handling equipment do we have? So the facilities have to be there to attract the investor who will now know that when he puts his money, the cargo, the tonnage is available. I tell you that even by the 60s I'm talking, from Barrow Port alone, you had 350,000 tons of produce to carry. Who will not like to put his money there? So the main thing is the river ports have to be properly equipped, and then there has to be a policy to utilize the ports, the ports in the south properly. Warri Port is there. Yet the three major inland water transportation companies in that time built their stations in the west of the Niger, where you have fresh water. And from here, cargo was moved up. So there has to be a deliberate policy. Open up the Warri Port. the Port Harcourt port, the Lagos port, all the facilities there have to be geared also to consider usage of waterways. Investors like to put their money where they will make profit. The government will give the enabling environment, provide the ports, provide the facilities. People will invest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Notoma. Thank you. That was quite punchy. Those points were quite punchy, and we've learned a lot from you because you took your presentation from the perspective of history, what we used to have, what we are, where our inland waterway story started from, and where we are now. So we've heard from NIWA. We've also heard from NIWA, the regulator. We thank you very much for your presentation. You've given us an insight into the efforts you're making in ensuring that we have navigable waters. We've heard from LASWA. We've seen the efforts that Lagos State is making, because especially Lagos State is the landlord of the congested ports, so to speak. So we see the efforts they're also making. I want to appreciate you all for your presentations and for your contributions to this session. And very quickly, we just want to mention two things we picked up from this presentation. And that is that we should go back to history and see what lessons we can pick from the history. And we should look forward to the future, considering the dynamics that have changed with technology, that have changed with the growing population, that have changed with trade dynamics and the economics of trade. We should also look at the stakeholders involved. I mean, if you have your river port, you should consider who are your stakeholders, who are those that are going to be using your facilities, who are those that are going to be investing in your facilities, what is their ROI, return on investment plan, or what do you have to offer them? Of course, just like Chief Notoma has said, nobody's going to invest where they're not sure they're going to benefit from, so to speak. And then we should also look at the services that your ports the river ports are rendering. I mean, you just don't go into any place and then create a terminal and say, this is a river port, if it's not going to be benefiting you economically. So we should also consider that. And then most importantly, it's important that we spread the economics of trade. And it's important that we have some of the existing river ports functioning effectively. With that being said, I want to thank the organizers again for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session, and thank everyone for listening in. Thank you, and God bless you. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Azubuike, for a very insightful moderation. We also wish to thank the panelists for an in-depth presentation. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate your industry in dealing with these very important issues. The development of the inland waterway assets remains very critical to the development in that area. And at the end of this session, we shall present a white paper, which shall form the basis of representations to the appropriate authorities to take actions from there, because we don't just want to be people who talk or facilitate talk without implementing them one way or the other. So thank you very much, Mrs. Azubuike, and thank you, the panelists. And we also want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, for your patience. At this time, we would like to take our last session for the day. This last session is on marine litter and plastic pollution in West Africa. Very topical issue. And I will not go into any part of it without inviting the moderator for this session. Our moderator is Mrs. Seyi Adejuigbe. Mrs. Adejuigbe is the managing partner of Olatunji Olajuigbe and Co., a distinguished maritime lawyer. She holds a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Lagos and a master's degree in international, commercial, and maritime law. She comes to us with a wealth of experience from her practice as a maritime lawyer. And we do hope that we're going to enjoy this session as we listen to
her moderation on the issue of plastic pollution in marine litter and plastic pollution in West Africa. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon once more, participants. I want to stand on existing protocol. This is the third roundtable of this event, and I would want to thank the organizer, Zoe Maritime, for the privilege to moderate this session on the marine environment. We have, two eminently qualified industry experts were listed to speak to two separate topics, but I was made to understand that Mr. Abu Bamba will not be joining us, but we have Captain Sunday Umoren with us. And I am very sure we would have a robust and insightful presentation from him. Africa, of course, we know has several thousands of miles of coastline, and it is very important in global trade. And ensuring safe navigation on our waters is very key. The IMO, which is the United Nations agency saddled with responsibility for the safety and security of shipping and the prevention of marine and atmospheric pollution by ships, has a slogan: safe, secure, and efficient shipping on clean oceans. The key IMO conventions relating to safety are the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, that's the SOLAS 1974 as amended. We have the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, 1973, as modified by the protocols of 1978 and 1997, the MAPOL. We have the International Convention on the Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Seafarers, the STCW as amended, including the 1995 and the 2010 amendments. It is essential that vessels plying the continent's waters are both safe and seaworthy. The regional MOUs on port state control are a strategy of the IMO to ensure only safe ships ply the waters, and the inspection of vessels is done in a harmonized way. The issue of the pollution of the marine environment is of utmost importance now more than ever, because we're all aware about the global changes occurring and the need to do something now. The marine environment with its teeming fauna and flora is essential to life. Water is a source of food, energy, and we owe our sustenance to it. It is therefore important to the survival of the human race that we all play our part in making the marine environment litter-free. I'm thinking recycling, awareness, raising awareness, promoting the use of single-use plastic products, biodegradable alternatives to plastics. These are a few measures that we can use to curtail plastic pollution. Of course, there was a time that it was in the news that some, I think, whales, they had ingested plastics, and I'm sure we can imagine what danger that portends for the human race. The session, the roundtable, well, initially we were meant to have two topics, that's marine litter and plastic pollution in West Africa. But as Mr. Abu Bamba is not here with us, we will only deal with the topic on safe ships, paramount to Africa's shipping future. And we have no less a distinguished personality to speak to this topic than the Secretary General of the Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control for West and Central African Region, that is the Abuja MOU, in the person of Captain Sunday Umoren. Captain Sunday Umoren started his career as a cadet in the then Nautical College of Nigeria, now the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, and was later employed in the cadetship program of the defunct Nigerian National Shipping Line. Upon his graduation from the Arab Maritime and Transport Academy in Egypt, he was promoted to the rank of 4th officer, and he later served as a 3rd officer before the company was liquidated. He had, within the period with NNSL, gained practical experience by working with seasoned merchant Navy officers who made a great mark on his attitude, demeanor, and career. With the liquidation of the then NNSL, he moved to the Far East, Singapore to be precise, where he progressed through the ranks from 3rd officer to the rank of master on foreign-going vessels. After a successful career at sea, Captain Umoren joined the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Limited in 2001 as Deputy Head Shipping Operations, and he later served in several positions, including Head Shipping Operations, Project Coordinator of the Ship Management Knowledge Transfer Project, and BGT Charterer Administrator before voluntarily resigning from the company in 2014. Captain Umoren joined NIMASA in 2014, and while at NIMASA, he served as the Deputy Director, Seafarers Training and Certification. He was also the head of the Cabotage Services Department and then the head of Marine Safety and Seafarers Standards and Certification Department. Captain Sunday Umoren was appointed as the Acting Secretary General of the Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control for West and Central African Region, generally referred to as Abuja MOU, in January 2021, and was confirmed as the substantive Secretary General in the committee meeting of the Abuja MOU held in October 2021. Captain Sunday Umoren is also a part-time lecturer at the University of Lagos, and he had been one of the Nigerian delegates to Maritime Safety Committee meetings in the IMO, serving in some sub-committees. It is with great pleasure that I would now invite Captain Umoren to speak to the topic of safe ships paramount to Africa's shipping future. You're welcome, Captain Umoren. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator, the organizers, and all here present. I appreciate you all. I appreciate this great opportunity to speak on the topic that is been given to me. Yes, let me see if I'm allowed to. Please, can I be allowed to share my screen so I can have my presentation on the screen?
Sorry, Captain, while we're waiting for you to share your screen, I would like to inform the delegates, the participants, to kindly put their questions in the Q&A chat box. Thank you very much. You have the floor, Captain.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, still not given the chance yet, but I'm waiting for that to be given. But I can just start off. The topic, it's quite topical here. I'm looking at the topic. The question I asked myself, why didn't we just say ships are paramount to Africa's future? So, ladies and gentlemen, that would have been probably dealing with a pre-IMO era, International Maritime Organization era, because safety is paramount to all of us at this side. Safe, that particular word, safe, is big and a great qualifier. It's a great qualifier to the paper that I'm going to present today. We have all grown up being told about the future and the need to have plans. There are several motivational speakers in our lives, including our parents, on who always come up with things like, if you fail to plan, it means you plan to fail. And actually that quotation came from Benjamin Franklin, and it is very apt. Let me quote one gentleman. Sorry, I'm breaking to come up. Okay. The gentleman, Royston Guest, says, why failing to plan really does mean planning to fail. He said, I don't believe anyone set out planning to fail, but sometimes priorities too many, or time not enough, or self-discipline, the lack of it, results in our failing to plan, which can make all the difference between an awesome victory and tragic loss. To me, Mr. Royston is actually speaking to Africa, and he's advising us all to forget the catch-up syndrome and have a strategic plan with clear roadmaps and milestones. It's a bit of drift, but I'm still within the context of the topic. Looking at the topic, one of the most powerful words that is also in the topic is the future, and it's all about African future. So we should plan for Africa. The question is, who should plan for Africa? The answer is, we should plan for Africa. Can the future be left open without a time frame? Can we talk about the future without a plan and a roadmap to actualize same? A plan remains a plan until it is acted upon by commitment and strategy to actualize it. One of the greatest future for Africa with respect to plan is the Vision 2063, the Africa we want. I don't want to read it out, but we all know what it says, that we need to plan to transform Africa into a global powerhouse. What I'm driving here is that there is a big plan. The vision is a big plan we have. And I am sure that the programs and related themes, what we are doing today, are all linked up to that vision. There is a great dream. Everybody talks about the 820 principle, but in shipping, we know that 80% of mindset and 20% of strategy will always get you to where you need to be. Shipping is international, and there is no vacuum in trade, logistics, and shipping business. Hence, so long as there's demand and supply, if African ship owners fail, then foreign ship owners will fill the vacuum. That is the problem we have in cabotage and every other aspect. When people talk about waiver, when you can't provide and the people still want services to be rendered, then they have to go out scouting for services. So failing in safety in shipping here is absolutely not about shipping capacity or in terms of number. It's actually not about number. It's about having standard vessels that meet the required standards. Okay. But then again, what's a ship? We talk about safe ships. What's a ship? There's several conventions, IMO conventions, try to define what the vessel is, but I will take the one from collision regulation, which define a vessel to include the description of watercraft, including non-displacement crafts, wing in ground crafts, and seaplanes used or capable of being used as means of transportation. Shipping is the most regulated part of business in the world, from cradle to grave, from when the plan, conceptual points, from when the plan is being drawn to when you are retiring a vessel, when you are scrapping a vessel. It's all regulated. So move to the slide now. We're all familiar with the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, and easily you can pick up several of them that shipping has a very strong arm in. The maritime sector, we need to understand what the maritime sector is. It is regulated internationally. Merchant shipping is one of the most heavily regulated industries in the world, like I've said before. Why? Because if you leave safety, if you leave if you leave shipping to the hands of individual nations, then you have different safety standards. But what IMO does is IMO sets out the minimum, what we actually call the minimum safety standard for every country to follow. You can build on it. It could be IMO standard plus. You can escalate, you can move it to whatever you want, but you will never go below IMO standard. So without shipping, the import and export of goods on the scale that we have today will not be possible. There's a growing focus on efficiency aimed at improved environmental pollution and also consequential low and decreasing freight costs. Efficiency matters a lot in shipping. Shipping really stands alone. It has a lot of knock-on effects. There are several ancillaries linked up to shipping. It is important to the economic sustainability and growth of many states. The industry it operates both in the domestic and the international markets. Domestic, IMO zooms in on the international markets. There is also what we call convention-sized vessels. I'm trying to get us to fully appreciate the safe shipping, because safe shipping is not just about safe. When we talk about safety in the maritime world, it's quite vast. So I'm just trying to get all of us to fully have a full understanding of the depth of what that word is. There are different maritime sectors, about three major sectors in shipping: the commercial aspects, what we also call the maritime autonomous systems, which cover the scientific, the surveys, and the other aspects, the oceanographic aspect, oil and gas aspect. And then there are also the support services, the legal, the finance and insurance, the compliance and control. What I want to point out here, that every aspect of shipping, the whole spectrum, it's regulated. And if you default in one, you default in all. So this is just an overview of the industry. You can see the several aspects of the spectrum. It covers the legal framework, the regulatory framework, which will have things like the NIMASA, NIWA, NPA in Nigeria, the classification society, the stevedores, people that actually load and offload the ship, the classification societies, the whole lot of the lists. I'm not going to go through them all, but this is just to tell us that when you talk about shipping, it's not just about the ship as you see, but every activity that is related to safe movement of ship from one point to the other. So safe shipping, what the first thing that comes to your mind is owning a vessel. A ship owner is not just somebody that has money, goes to acquire a vessel. There are a lot of aspects. This slide actually typically shows us the many complex things that go through the ship owner's mind. It has to deal with port state, it has to deal with charter, it has to deal with the insurance, it has to deal with finance, the employers, a whole gamut of bodies that he needs to deal with. So safe ship is synonymous to ensuring seaworthiness of a vessel. In maritime world, safety is not just wishy-washy or an exercise of faith. It's about walking the talk. It's about total compliance, as in total compliance. It's about show, do, and tell, because there's always what we call judgment there. Because why do we say there's always a judgment there? Because in your country, you have enforcement agencies. If you move from your country to another country under port state control, there are enforcement officers that will always come. And so when they come aboard your vessel, that's what we call the judgment there. So how do we achieve all this? By regulating shipping, not just ship, but shipping, the whole process. Like I said, every process in shipping is highly regulated. So shipping covers the whole spectrum, encapsulating all the activities, processes, and the players. And all of them, somewhere along the line, get audited. A ship owner get audited before he's allowed to run a ship, and is issued what we call document of compliance to certify him to be able to run a ship. A ship manager goes through the same thing. Even the inspectors that come on board, they also are regulated. So every aspect, so the whole spectrum, because no weak link is allowed in shipping. You know, when we talk about all the conventions, presently about 57 conventions out there, to which, like Abuja MOU, all the member states have signed up to 15 conventions as a date. You must comply with all the convention. You know, if you take a bid, each of the bids standing for each convention, if you cut off one bid from the whole string, absolutely nothing is left. So what you are saying in shipping is all the conventions are important. Failure to comply with one makes your ship an unseaworthy vessel, and it is criminal to send an unseaworthy vessel to sea. And why would you say it's a whole spectrum? Take, for example, you have competent crew, but the process of requisition, when the crew requires something from the ship owners, they don't get them supplied. That alone is a non-conformity on the ship owning company, and that makes the vessel unsafe. Okay. So typically, a substandard vessel in IMO, when you say a vessel is substandard, it could fall under one of these 5 aspects: defective in design and construction, neglect of its maintenance and repairs, prolonged working life past the age of scrapping, manned by poorly trained personnel, or undermanned by not having enough certified people to run the vessel, or it's maintained in unacceptable or questionable safety standards. The primary drivers for such delinquencies usually will be things like financials, the ship owner not wanting to spend much money, complacency, ignorance, criminal-mindedness, or inadequate regulation. But in all, if you default in one of these, you are running an unsafe vessel, and it's criminal. So substandard vessel actually exposes that about 5 major risks to that: threats to life, risks to marine environment, threat and exposure of the marine assets, which is the ship itself, the terminal itself, and other related interfaces, risk to the cargo that the ship is carrying, and of course, financial losses, because there are a lot of interest on shipping. You know, usually on the financial aspect, it's purely the ship owner that suffers from it, but the psychological aspects and the others, you can easily look back at the crew. And the whole aspect of a substandard vessel is that it undermines IMO initiative of safer seas and cleaner oceans. So regulating ships, like I said, a ship is regulated from conceptual to the grave, from beginning to the end. And it's the primary responsible party for ship compliance is the ship owner and the crew. The primary responsible party for the enforcement of compliance is the Maritime Administration, like NIMASA in Nigeria. Of course, IMO, International Maritime Organization, promulgates conventions. But the flag state means the country that the ship is registered, will ratify, domesticate the laws, and make them the law of the land. And so IMO regulates the ship at the international level, and at national level, the maritime administrations. You have 2 classes of vessels. What we call the convention vessels means IMO recognizes the fact that it's not, some of the conventions should not be applicable to all the ships, and it's not all the ships that do trade internationally. So what they do is, for certain convention, they could say it covers ships of 100 tons, 100 GT, gross tonnage, and above. So what happens to the ones below? Those ones are what we call the non-convention vessels. Those ones are highly left to the hands of the countries, to the flag state. But the only aspect, the only section of non-convention vessels that IMO is interested in now are passenger vessels, because of the fatalities that usually follow any incident that's related with passenger vessel. So for passenger vessel, IMO has taken further step to make up some conventions, some rules, some codes to govern passenger vessels, even though they are below IMO size. There are several, okay, like we said, IMO has 175 member states, 50 conventions and protocols for all to follow. Its main task has been to develop and maintain a comprehensive regulatory framework for shipping. And its present remit includes safety of vessels, environmental concerns, legal matters, technical cooperations, maritime security, and the efficiency of shipping. There are some key conventions: the safety of life at sea, the MAPOL, that's the Maritime, the Convention on Prevention of Pollution, the STCW, the Convention on the Standard of Training for Seafarers, and other ones. However, there's also one major convention we're still trying to get us to fully appreciate what we mean by what we mean by safe vessel. There is a major convention that is actually not an IMO convention, but International Labour Organization, an ILO convention. It's called MLC, Maritime Labour Convention of 2006, that has to do with the living condition of seafarers, which is also one of the major pillars that every vessel, every ship owner should comply. So enforcement of IMO convention, like we said, IMO makes the laws, but they do not enforce it. They do not have the capability of enforcing it. But every convention has a clause, an article that clearly asks the flag state, that's where the vessel is registered, to ensure that the conventions are enforced. Okay. However, what IMO does is to actually ensure that your flag state is actually enforcing those conventions. There is an audit scheme called IMSAS audit, IMO audits, and IMSAS audit. That is where the flag states are actually audited to actually check to see that they are compliant with regards to the enforcement of IMO conventions. There are two enforcement aspects in maritime safety. Number one is what we call the flag state enforcement, which is your enforcing IMO conventions on the ships flying your flag. And then the port state convention means a port. You have a port, your country has a port. Foreign ships are going to come into your port. And so the home port, the coastal state, has the right to inspect any vessel that comes into its own territorial waters, what we call the port. So that's what we call the port state. And Abuja MOU, which is the region, Abuja MOU is a regional body for port state control for countries from Mauritania to South Africa, 22 countries in all. We have a standard, a minimum standard, that every member state should aim at inspecting at least 15% of all foreign vessels coming into your port. And to make us cover up more, working on the Delta aspect, is that a vessel that's been inspected in the region should not necessarily be inspected within the next 6 months. And so by so doing, we tend, because the bottom line, the objective is to ensure that no substandard vessel trades within the region. So I will skip some of these things. So summary on safe ships. Safe ships paramount to African shipping future. Shipping is an international and derived function and will remain relevant so long as there is international trade. Compliance with all conventions, IMO, ILO, and etc., remains the bedrock of safe shipping, and there is no cherry picking. While IMO and ILO focus on convention-sized vessels, African states should focus on regulating the non-convention vessels too. This is critical with respect to management outfits of ship management companies. Local DOC, what we call the document of compliance, the certificate given to ship owners to be able to run their ships. It's what every country should look at. Nigeria is actually working on having that to cover up, because the way it is today, anybody can wake up and buy a ship and use it so long as it's below the convention vessel. But once that comes into play, even the smallest size of vessel, you need to have some sort of management structure to be able to run such ships. So countries need to look at the spectrum of the blue economy, specifically shipping, and determine which aspect of shipping they can create a niche, either in commercial maritime operations, maritime autonomous systems, or in the maritime support system, the sky is wide enough for African owners to delve into ship owning or into owning international vessels and foreign going vessels. The nations should look at their terms of trade and opt for CIF, what we call cost insurance and freight, against FOB, like the Nigeria LNG model. FOB means free on board. You have the cargo, the guy brings his vessel to your port, takes the cargo and goes back home. But when you have CIF, you will now own the vessel. The guy, the costs of the cargo, the insurance and the freight will be on you. You will now use your vessel to deliver the cargo to your buyer's door. That is the best model. That is where we can have increase our shipping owning capacity, like the Aramco, what do you call them? Saudi Arabia shipping company, the Iranian shipping lines. Those are the model you use for your lifting up your petroleum. And so you can actually have more ships, have more crew, offer more employment opportunities to the teeming youth in Nigeria. So the second bit of the presentation is what Abuja MOU is doing to ensure that only safe ships ply the waters of West and Central African region. I'm not sure how many minutes I still have left. I could just go to the bullet points rather than introductory aspects of what Abuja MOU mandates are.
You've still got time, Captain. At least you can take as much as like 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Okay, no problem, ma'am. So before I get to the summary, let me just do a bit on what Abuja MOU is. Abuja MOU is. First, it's called Abuja MOU. So a lot of people actually expect that we are in Abuja. No, we are not in Abuja. The MOUs, the few that are named after the country, the capital city of the host nation, are named after the capital city. But the host nation will then decide where to situate the MOUs. So for us, because Nigeria is hosting, it's named after Abuja, where the memorandum, the initial meeting was held. But Nigerian government decided to place us in Lagos, so we are situated in Lagos. Okay. The memorandum of understanding, we all know the full meaning. It's part of an IMO resolution A682 of 1991, operates under the cooperative agreement with IMO. There are 9 + 1. 9 + 1, the +1 is the United States. Happens to be the only one that stands alone. We all know how they stand. United States that stands alone, but the other 9 are regional bodies. You have the European and the North African owned, the Asia and Pacific owned called Tokyo MOU, the Latin America MOU, the Mediterranean MOU, and then of course the other ones as listed there then as the Abuja MOU. Abuja MOU has 22 member countries. It was established in 1999 as an intergovernmental organization comprising of countries on the Atlantic coast of Africa, 22 in all, from Mauritania to South Africa. We have 22 countries from Mauritania to South Africa. 16 countries actually signed the initial agreement, but to date, 18 countries are full members. We still have 4 countries left. The 4 countries are Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Mauritania, and Namibia, where we are currently trying to get them to sign up as full members. So these are just the flags of the member states. So what's port state control? It is the inspection of foreign ships in a national port to verify that the condition of the ship and its equipment comply with the requirement of the international regulations and that the ship is maintained and operated in compliance with IMO rules, IMO and ILO rules. That's what port state control is all about. And like I said, in our own society, we have an agreement that 15% of the ship visiting our region should be inspected. So the primary responsibility for compliance with this international instrument rests with the ship owner, the operator, and the captain of the vessel. The responsibility for ensuring this compliance remains with the flag administration. Responsibility for ensuring the safety of your marine environment rests on the port state, although consequence management can be applied on delinquent owners, operators, masters, and crew. So that's this slide just shows us the different barriers aimed at eliminating substandard vessels. It starts from IMO that promulgates the laws, maritime administrations that actually enforces it, and even the company. But it could still slip through because, like we said, shipping is international. A Nigerian-owned vessel may not visit Nigeria in the next 3 years, especially if she's tramping. It should be trading outside there. Even though the Nigerian registry will still continue to renew its certificates, sending in surveyors to go and inspect the vessels when they can, the port state control remains the last barrier, the last point whereby substandard vessel can be caught. So whether you've gone back to your country or not, so long as you are trading, the port that you are visiting has the right, the country has the right to inspect your vessel. Because as you're coming to their country, you're actually exposing their coast. So the summary is that the aim of port state is elimination of substandard vessels. So no substandard vessels are welcome because what? Issues related with safety of lives and property, risk management, those are the reasons why we have to look at this. Reduction of exposures of one coast. Imagine a 100,000 tonner, a vessel carrying 100,000 tons of crude oil colliding or getting involved in an accident in Nigerian coast. The whole coast of Nigeria is going to suffer from pollution, and it's going to spread, it's going to cover the whole region. So that is also part of the ways in managing our risk. It's also like a safety barrier, consequence management, and of course the issue that, look, you're not managing your ships well should not be a problem to me or my country. So if flag sail fails to perform their duty, port state control should be the net that actually will trap delinquent vessels. So the mandate, or like I said before, almost all IMO convention clearly highlight or stand as a backing instrument for port state control. UNCLOS on its own has an article that clearly puts responsibility on the flag, coastal, and port state control to ensure that no substandard vessels trade within their waterways. So these are some of the conventions that clearly back up, that stand as the backing instrument, giving us the rights to do what we do in our MOU. Okay, I'm not going to go much on the evolution of port state. Port state actually came about from several high-profile accidents that occurred over the years, in which substandard vessels were trading. They were all being cleared by their flag states. However, they were substandard. So these are the things that brought about the port state. The traditional system was that you can just go and inspect a vessel and step back. But today's port state is harmonized. What it means is that if you go to Ghana and you're inspected in Ghana, it's the same standard, the same checklist that's being used in Ghana that will be used in Nigeria. So there's nothing like a particular port is friendlier to ships. And so ships would tend to be going there, a matter of choice, because they are much more relaxed there. So I will be going there rather than coming to Nigeria. Absolutely not. What you face in Nigeria is what you face in Ghana. It's the same thing you face in Liberia. So it's a harmonized system. Okay, I'm going to skip this and I just go straight to what we have done so far, just in bullet points. What we have done in Abuja MOU to ensure that substandard vessels don't trade within our waterways. First, we are focused on our objective. Our objective, which is clearly harmonizing the inspection of foreign vessels coming into our region. We're also focusing on training. We are now, because if you know, West and Central African countries, you actually have English, French, and Portuguese speaking countries. But the two, the most of all are the English and the French. And so we are focusing on our trainings. The trainings we have are now conducted both in shipping is English, it's an Anglophone kind of that's official language. However, for us to really drill into all the postal control officers, our trainings are now being handled through French. We do organize French lessons and also English lessons. We also have what we call near coastal code, near coastal voyage code. What do we mean by near coastal voyage code? A vessel that leaves from Nigeria to Ghana is within our region. Sometimes, theoretically speaking, it is an international trade. But however, it is within the African region. So we are now having a common code that will cover the constructional requirements, the training requirement, the certification requirement. Because for certification purposes, you have what they call foreign going licenses, which means you can actually cruise through the whole world. You have what they call near coastal license, which is that you can only trade within the region. But most countries don't have an agreement, because like Nigeria, the definition of NCV in Nigeria, near coastal voyage, is that it covers the voyages from Cape Verde to Congo. Meanwhile, Congo is not aware of the fact that they are part of the Nigerian definition. So Abuja MOU is looking at having a code that will encapsulate, bring in all the countries in the region, so that we have an harmonized system. NIMASA, with all gratitude, NIMASA and the Federal Ministry of Transport, they are sponsoring the project. When it is out by next year, it will stand in as one of the most important agreements that we have signed in the region. We're also looking at a knowledge-based approach, training, with nothing, no compromise on training. We are looking at capacity building. Training also dovetail into capacity building. There are some countries that are weaker okay, I'll take that one in much later. There are some countries that are not very strong when it comes to maritime activities. So what we do now is we have mentor and mentee scheme, in which the stronger nations can actually mentor the other nations that are still trying. Because the bottom line, remember, we are for harmonized system. Harmonizing system means the same standards should prevail. So we're looking at the stronger nation now to coach the weaker nations and bring them up to that international and to that acceptable standard. We are also looking at increasing our footprint in our member states. In fact, recently the Maritime Day celebration in Cameroon, a one-week program, was facilitated by Abuja MOU. We ran it through from the beginning to the end for them. The training of postal control officers, presently, no college in our region, no maritime training school is running that training. Usually you have to send your people to Italy for them to be trained. But Abuja MOU is working with the maritime training institutions in the region to draw up a program, a mandatory training program for our postal control officers, so that more of them, more postal control officers can be trained. Okay. Data agreement. The issue again about port state, remember it's a regional thing, is that when a ship defaults, you should actually warn the next port to be on watch out, to be on the lookout for a defaulting vessel. In time past, it was a case of probably say a ship left Ghana DG may write to the Nigerian Maritime DG, the so vessel has jumped, please let your postal control officers be on the lookout for the vessel. And before the letter gets to the postal control officers, what would have happened? The ship would have come and gone. So now we have a common WhatsApp group for all the postal control officers in the region. Where such exists, the message is posted there. And at a go, all the postal control officers are on the lookout for the vessel. We have also gone ahead to have an agreement with any of the countries that has a maritime domain awareness capability. Like we often use the Nigerian own. If a vessel, a substandard vessel is being flagged, we go to them and check, look, where is the vessel today? Once they tell us, we send the messages to all the countries. And so they are on the lookout. So substandard vessels that have been flagged either by us or by other MOUs can't really find any hiding ground. There's no safe haven for them. We have that system of fishing them out wherever they are. In terms of reporting, we are doing much more frequent reporting system now on a quarterly basis. We are releasing our annual report. We are also cooperating with the maritime anti-corruption bodies. We happen to be the first MOU that had actually had a meeting with in fact, actually called the anti-corruption body to address their conference. In our last conference in October, MSCN actually addressed all the posted control officers, highlighting the need for them to abide by the code of conduct and also to ensure transparency in the execution of their duties. Currently, we are also working on the ISO certification, noting that quality is very important. So we are also pushing very, very strongly on quality. Hopefully by next year, we would have been ISO certified. So now the last bit, which is on capacity building. Okay. I think I will just do this one before we go off. Actualization of our mandates. Sanctions and appeal process. In time past, postal control officers had these overbearing powers that they could go on board a vessel and harass a vessel into accepting whatever is being presented against the vessel. But now we are focusing on the sanction and appeal process. Whenever a vessel or a ship owner feels his vessel was unduly detained, because the end result of every inspection is either a vessel is issued with a claim bill, as in no non-conformity noted, or there's a non-conformity, you must fix this before you leave, or you are detained. Detained as in you can't go out of this port. If it takes you 1 month to fix that problem, you will be in that port for 1 month. Or you are given the permission to go and get the issue fixed at the next port, especially if such repairs cannot be effected in the ports that apprehended the vessel. So we are working on that very strongly. The detention and non-compliance vessels, detention is also harmonized, you know. So what is the warning to maritime administrations when it comes to the transparency aspect? Depending on your establishing act, we always go to warn them. Please note that you can be sued and you can also sue. You also note that what we call reputation management, because there's also the name and shame. The name and shame system, we also have it in that system. So if you are not being objective in the execution of your duties, you can easily be on the blacklist. Flags can be blacklisted. Recognized organization, what we call the classification societies, can also be blacklisted. So there is the need to maintain transparency, noting that the world is a global village and nothing can go hidden. And then we also work on audit trail, that whatever is on, it can always be revisited at any point in time. There is a major thing we are doing, what we call ship risk profile. Every ship is given some ranking. The black ships, the non-compliant ships will have very poor rating on the ship risk profile. And such ships are being reported to other MOUs to be on the watch out. We also receive such information from other vessels in which we escalate to all our member states and of course to the MDS to actually find out where the vessels are. I'm trying to jump up some of these things. So the critical success factor is what? Administrative institutions and infrastructures at the national and regional level to actually live up to what they are set to do, to work towards IMO actualizing the plans of IMO-driven global projects to assist regional postal control regime to harmonize their procedures. So harmonization of the procedure is one of the key things that we push through. I will skip some of these CRS because the bottom line, like we said, is to ensure the most important, the most critical aspect of our job is to ensure that no substandard vessel is found in the region. There are some recommendations which the slide will be made available to all the attendees. For the sake of time, I will skip this bit. This slide actually clearly highlights the inspection rates that each of the MOUs have set up. Tokyo MOU set up that they can inspect, they should inspect 50% of the vessels that visit their region. Paris MOU is of 25%. The Mediterranean is of 15%. Abuja MOU is of 15%. Black Sea is of 15%. The Caribbean are of 10%, and Indian Ocean are of 10%, as in 10% of the ships based in their region should be inspected. So these are some of the projects we are pushing through. Technical support from other regional bodies. Because of finances, we always get support from other MOUs that are richer than we are. We're also working on exchange programs with other MOUs. We also get IMO technical assistance for trainings of our postal control officers. We conduct regional national training programs for our member states. We conduct national postal control seminars and practical postal control trainings for our regional bodies, organize online chat group for our postal control officers. So some of the projects we are handling is constantly reviewing. Shipping is very dynamic. Every year, the Maritime Safety Committee will churn out new codes, new recommendations. So we'll always try to ensure that every new code is incorporated into our memorandum. Okay. So finally, capacity building. I think I'm not going to go through all these slides, but first, United Nations define capacity building as a process of developing and strengthening the skills, instincts, abilities, processes, and resources that organizations and communities need to survive, adapt, and thrive in the fast-changing world. So what I have is that you, as in a person, the nation, or a company, should make conscious efforts to effectively seize all and create opportunities in dealing with and eliminating threats within a specified time frame. It will further include your ability to deal with your weaknesses while harnessing your strengths in a bid to create a niche with positive economic gain. So on capacity building, I just go to the summary straight. So the essential ingredient in capacity building is sustainable transformation, clear roadmap, branding, internal and external, involving, you should go for what we call the hearts and minds, changing of mindset and attitude, involving all your stakeholders, being focused on the things you are doing, education and training, capability assessment. You really need to look at your capacity. So on the subjects here, we said capacity building in the maritime industry and how it affects the safety of ships and the marine environment. Capacity with respect to, remember we said something about the whole spectrum of shipping. So you really need to pick up every aspect of it and look at what you can do to enhance or increase your capacity. On the crewing side, capacity with respect to crew, you need to realize that undermining of a vessel is not allowed. You need to have qualified crew that are trained in white-listed countries, countries that are in the white list, crew that have certificates issued from what widely acceptable nations, you know, as in highly marketable flags, you know. Noting that 80% of accidents are caused by human error. And so there is a need for you to ensure that your crew are well trained. Thank God for NIMASA, the projects, the NSDP projects they are having. Thank God for Maritime Academy, Oron, and all the things they are doing. And all the things that they are doing. We need to enhance countries like Philippines, China, Russia. They are making so much from the crewing aspect. We have the teaming youth that can actually speak English, that are hardworking. We need to invest very seriously in their trainings. That is for the crew. But what of the maritime training institutions? The maritime training institutions should also be world-class maritime training institutions with respect to the equipment, with respect to the caliber of lecturers. You cannot give what you don't have. Unfortunately, in maritime training, the quality of lecturers really matter. So we need to invest in the quality of maritime training institutions. And of course, one of the worst hit aspects of maritime training is the sea training berth. Maritime training is of three levels: training in the college, the practical training, hands-on training while on board the vessel for 12 months. And of course, the certification, when you now go finish your sea training, going back to the school for your examination. But where we actually suffer in Nigeria is getting enough sea-going berths for training cadets on board the ship. When the Nigerian National Shipping Line was there, it wasn't too bad. We had places to train the vessel, to train the crew. Because you are training foreign-going crew, they should be placed on foreign-going vessels. You can't place your cadets on home trade vessels, saying you are training them for foreign going. If you eventually export them, they will not live up to expectations. Most of us were very lucky to have left Nigeria for the shores of Far East because we were then working with the Nigerian National Shipping Line that was trading worldwide. And so when the company went bankrupt, all the seafarers went all over the place, Iran, Singapore, and the rest. So we need to follow up on ensuring that the cadets are given that aspect of training on foreign-going vessels. And then also the capacity to manage the ships. Some countries actually make big money in managing ships. So it's another aspect that we need to build capacity, training companies on being able to technically and commercially run ships. That's why most shipping companies don't last. So that's another area we think we should also look at in terms of capacity. There is also in terms of inspectors, the flag state inspectors and postal control inspectors. We need to train inspectors. A postal control officer should be an ex-seafarer that has attained a very high rank on board the ship, because he's going to inspect ships, he's going to interact with captains. If he's a junior officer, he goes to interact with captain, an experienced captain, he could easily just bulldoze and harass him out of the vessel. So you need to also build up capacity in the enforcement aspect, in ensuring that both your flag and posted inspectors are well trained. So training the existing professionals is a major thing. And then injection of more. Cadets you train in your colleges are not just for seagoing position. You are actually training them for shore-based position. We also have to look at the employment opportunities. Yes, you finish training the cadets, so where do they go? For shipping, in fact, the way it is today, if you stay away from ships for 5 years, you have to go for a refresher training. So seafarers need to continually be on board the ship for their certificate to remain valid. If you stay away from ship for a period, your certificate is no longer valid, and then you can easily be kicked out. There's also the shipyard aspect. Shipyards, ships, every ship is supposed to be dry docked twice in a period of 5 years. If you don't have the shipyard, if you don't have the capability for ship to be dry docked in your country, what's going to happen? Capital flights, the need for ship owners to be scouting out there for capacities to repair their own vessels. Then again, finally, futuristic, being future thinking. Now we are going for autonomous vessels, what they call MAS. We don't have to sit down folding our hands, and in 5-10 years, automated vessels will be in town, and we don't have any officer that is trained with that capability. We need to start thinking of training our seafarers to have that capability to be up to standard with their foreign counterparts with respect to such classes of vessels, what we call the mass class of vessels. So in conclusion, let me see what I have here. I have other aspects, other slides on capacity building, but I'm just trying to. Okay. So in terms of capacity building, what are the recommendations? It is important to identify capacity builders that have most experience and can create most impact and are able to offer and provide a range of services such as training, assessment, technical assistance, financial aid, and other kinds of support. Just focus on the glorious outcome, reduction of unemployment, impact on your GDP, like the Philippines and China. Make it a project as in part of the Blue Economy Program, wealth creation from the oceans, the seas, and inland waterways, which will lead to a thriving maritime economy and thereby realize the full potential of sea-based activities in an environmentally sustainable manner. So these are just some aspects. So finally, in conclusion, the maritime environment is only safe, protected, and on a unsustainable.
There's confusion in Niger.
When safe ships are traded, a safe ship does not expose its crew. It protects itself and other vessels, does not endanger other ships, and protects the marine environment. The port and flag state schemes are aimed at ensuring that no unsafe, that's unseaworthy vessel is put to sea, and such vessels are fully compliant with all relevant IMO and ILO conventions and regulations. Shipping will remain relevant so long as there is international trading. Transportation and shipping remains a major part of logistics, and if managed well, could lead to the employment of the teeming population of Africans and thus creating wealth. But note that running and managing a ship is serious business. A look at the export to import by Africa and the percentage of those trades being carried by vessels owned by Africa clearly shows that its fate is in the hands of its trading partners, which means the people that are the trading partners have more ships than we do, and so they're really they can wake up today and increase the freight, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. So it clearly shows that the freight we have today is in the hands of our trading partners, even when, as a manufacturer and an exporter of raw materials or things like crude, we have the power to determine the terms of trade like CIF over FOB. We need to wake up. However, our shipping is international, and where Africa is ready to have a share of the pie, it needs to ensure that it has in place agile and resilient maritime transport governance and systems. Such systems require heavy investment in capacity building, covering the whole spectrum of maritime activities, infrastructure, security, and all the others, and emergency response preparedness to cover all perceived eventualities. And like in navigation, even when your current position shows that you are off course, all you need to do is rechart your course from your current position to your destination. So let us, Africa, refocus and make the best of these opportunities so that posterity will hail us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Captain Umoren, for such an insightful presentation. Of course, a lot of industry has gone into the slides. There are 75 of them. And you know, you really took your time to take us through, and I'm sure the participants who are still on have had quite an educating and an elucidating time. I gained a lot from your paper presentation, and I would want to say a big thank you to you for your industry. Thank you very much, Captain Umoren.
Thank you, Ryan.
You made reference to safety as being very key to navigation, and but Africa needs to have a strategic plan. I agree with that, because I know when we go to most of these conferences and you know, there's so much talk and nothing really happens. And I like your quotes that 80% mindset and 20% strategy will take a person or a nation to where they want to be. And Africa needs to wake up, otherwise the foreign vessels will fill the vacuum where, you know, that we create, because there would always be demand. And, you know, most of Africa, we are an exporting continent, so to say, but we need to wake up in terms of capacity building and even ship ownership, so that we are not, we're not left to we don't leave a cargo, you know, in the hands of a foreign vessel. So we can also, you know, take advantage of what we have, and not just let the foreign vessels come and do all they want to do, and then even in the cabotage trade in Nigeria, they get the waivers and they get to do all the carriage, and NNPC will say, but we don't have Nigerian carriers, so what do? We just have to give them to the foreign vessels. Thank you so very much. And then you went on to say the IMO has safety standards, minimum safety standards that nations need to comply with. And you alluded to the highly regulated industry, the shipping industry, right from when the vessel is being conceived, right all through to when it is scrapped. There are regulations, and because a weak link cannot be tolerated in the whole spectrum. Otherwise, this will spell doom for the industry. Thank you so very much, Captain Umore. I wanted to ask, well, I have a few questions, but I hope we'll be able to take them because I can see some questions are already on the whatever. Towards the end of your lecture, okay, yeah, let me start. I want to ask the 15% that the Abuja MOU, inspection that the Abuja MOU should carry out, is that 15% on an annual basis, or, I'm asking, the Abuja MOU has to inspect at least 15% of the foreign vessels that call, within the area. So this 15%, is it in a year? Is it 15% of vessels that come in a year?
Yes, ma'am. It's 15% of vessels that call in your ports in the year.
All right then.
15%. And then, like I said, if the vessel has already been inspected in a member state's country in the last 6 months, you don't have to inspect that vessel unless there are clear grounds. There are clear grounds, either by covert or overt information that the vessel is on seaworthy, then you can still go and re-inspect the vessel.
Thank you so very much. I want to ask another question. Of course, you took us through what the Abuja MOU should do and what you're doing and what you plan to do. But I want to find out, since you took office, since you assumed office, can you share one or two challenges that Abuja MOU has faced in carrying out its mandate, or maybe you or the MOU as an entity?
Okay. Yes. Yes, we've had some challenges. First off, I don't really like to bring that up, but it's a fact. The issue of it's one of the things that regional bodies actually struggle. Members living up to their expectations with respect to commitment, the payment of their dues. But I will actually put it that we all. I would live to sing his praises, the DG of the Master and the Minister. That even at that, since Nigeria is hosting the MOU, Nigeria has been sponsoring the activities of the MOU. They've been funding us very, very strongly, and much more. Even within the period I came in, I'll give you an example. Because of COVID, for the past 2 years, we've not actually had a committee meeting. Notwithstanding that, it wasn't in the Master's budget. All I did was to go to the DG of the Master and the Minister to highlight to them, look, we need to have a meeting. And in less than 2 months, they come up to it, the Master sponsored it, and so it's a kudo. I'm having all the support from the Minister. Our Minister is actually the Vice Chairman of Abuja MOU. The Chairman of Abuja MOU is the Transport Minister of Ghana. But of course, Nigeria is handling. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is communication, because one of the things we noticed was that communication was quite slow. And so what I did was, within the month I decided to visit all the embassies. And you'll be surprised that most of the embassies didn't even know that their countries are members of Abuja MOU. So I visited them and I told them, look, there's Abuja MOU, you are here as the rep, and in all honesty, they were very happy, very impressed that yes, we can actually use them, because sometimes when you send a message out, it takes 2 months for the countries to respond. But with the embassy now coming in to support us, you know, we are, and it was also highlighted in our meeting. So all the members that agreed that is a good measure. The WhatsApp thing came up also to help us in communication. So there are some challenges, but for me, that shouldn't stop you from working. All you need to do is, you know, to readapt, you know. So this is the block. How do I go around the bend? Because you must be focused on your, you must be focused on your deliverable, you know. I need to be appraised at the end of the year. Every year, I should be assessed to say, Sunday, have you achieved? I will look very stupid to come up to say, hey, it's because of funding. No. I just must find a way of pushing through. So that's where we are. There are lots which, like I said, there are challenges. If you have the slide, you see a lot of challenges listed there. But those are just the few I can just mention now. But the bottom line is, once we have the NCV code functional, that will bring all us together with respect to shipping. So the ships from Nigeria can easily go to Ghana without much trouble. You know, it can easily, and it's actually it dovetails into the African Free Trade Agreement very easily. Thank you, man.
Thank you so very much, Captain. We have 2 questions from Mr. Sonny Akie. The first one is, the 4 non-member countries are landlocked. What is the incentive for them to join Abuja MOU?
Okay, you know the way it's widely said between 80 to 90% of world trade are conducted by maritime transportation, and so those countries, whether you are landlocked or not, somehow, it's cheaper to get your things through the sea. Some countries have an agreement with Nigeria. Some landlocked countries have agreement with other countries to at least have their cargoes come in there. So for them, again, remember, shipping again also offers you an appointment. So for them, again, it's also, let them not lose that when it comes to maritime. Let me come in as an observer. Someone sitting actually as an observer in our meetings to also appreciate that aspect of life, you know. So yes, on the surface, you could say you don't have water, so you don't need to be a member of such a regional body. But if you look at your strategy, that look, because I'm from Nigeria, I'm getting my cargoes from Nigeria, I need to probably I need to fully understand what is going on within the Nigerian coast, then you are welcome. So that's just about what we have in getting some landlocked countries as a member. Nobody forces them. It's all voluntary. They all wake up to sign up to it, and they are actually attending our meetings and very, very effectively.
Thank you so very much, Captain. So they are encouraged to take advantage of the maritime space, and even though they are landlocked, but they can still make arrangements with maybe a nearby country and probably have a way of transporting their cargo from that country to their own country. Thank you very much, Captain. He also asked a second question. He said, are there opportunities for private businesses in this sector?
So please, can you repeat that?
He said, are there opportunities for private businesses in this sector? I do not know what sector is referring to. Maybe if it is the maritime sector, definitely private businesses. There are a lot of opportunities for private businesses in the maritime sector. But I wouldn't really know what sector is referring to. I don't know if Mr. Sonny Akie is still around. Could you kindly elucidate on further on this question? What sector are you referring to in particular? If it is the maritime sector, there are a lot of opportunities for private businesses. They can be chandlers, they can be stevedores, they can supply all kinds of things. Okay, it says ship inspection. It says ship inspection. So he's asking if there are opportunities for private businesses in ship inspection.
Yes, there are opportunities, except in port state. For port state, actually, because first you are dealing with inspection of foreign vessels in your country. So our member states are advised not to outsource that function. You don't outsource that function. Let them be government workers that can easily be, with respect to transparency and audit trail, you can easily get to them. But for flag states, let me use NIMASA. I work with NIMASA, so I know. In NIMASA, we have what they call exclusive surveyors and non-exclusive surveyors. Exclusive surveyors are NIMASA staff. Non-exclusive surveyors are not NIMASA staff. But they have an agreement, they are vetted, approved by NIMASA, and could be given some responsibilities, because sometimes in terms of the market, the number of ships they need to inspect will be overwhelming for your staff, or probably where the ship is, it will be too expensive for you to fly in your staff to go there and inspect. So you can pick up an inspector around and say, an approved inspector, please go do this job for me. And as I highlighted in one of my slides, the different aspects of shipping. Yes, there are always opportunities for private individuals, but like we said, it's a highly technical sector. You need to be trained. You need to be certified in some aspect to be given such opportunities, like the classification societies. You need to go through a series of training, be certified, and be the employee to be given opportunity. Yes, there are opportunities, but it calls for investment with respect to training and time.
Thank you so very much, Captain. I have one final question. Well, I don't know. Nothing is impossible. That's what I believe. But I want to know your thoughts about unmanned vessels. Do you think at some point in the future we would have unmanned vessels operating on African waters?
Years back, when I started my career, I would have thought shipping would have been the last sector to accept or to appreciate the issue of a mass autonomous vessel. But the way it is today, I think is the way forward. There are some risks, cyber risk and the rest, but those are being addressed. Currently, Norway and two other countries are actually testing. They are actually testing these vessels. It means it's coming to be. And if you look at the cost of running a vessel, there's also the cost side to managing a vessel. There's what we call shipping costs, your daily costs, broken down into budget heads. Crewing is actually one of the highest aspects, besides bunkering. Crewing is like the next to it. If you like the unmanned vessel, you can actually see the reduction in that cost. And if you go into business to do what? To make money. And what is your profit? Your profit is your running cost from what your revenue. I mean, basic business science. And so if you take off the crew cost, that is going to be drastic in terms of impact on your profit. But that's some investment that needs to be done. It's not going to be a one-year thing. It's not going to come up in the next 2 years, but the thought has been steered. People are running up with it. Because, certain aspects, I'll give you an example. We have what we call like rule of the road. When two ships meet in a crossing situation, the one that has the other on the right-hand side should give way. So how is that going to be interpreted? You have a hierarchy of power, captain, chief officer, the cadet, and the rest on board. How is that going to be done with this other one? Those are the scoping, the areas that IMO and the rest are working to fine-tune. But it's going to be so way better. And if you look at this digital aspect, digitalization of ports, it's actually moving towards that too. MPS says in 2025, the port will be digitalized. I just came back from a PMOCA meeting in Cameroon last week. That's the key, the theme of their discussion. So Africa is actually aligning towards that and getting ready for it. But for us to get the best out of it, we need to start training our seafarers on the live after this. It's not going to be a sharp change as in a switch. You just switch off from man to unmanned. Absolutely not. It's going to be slow injection over the years, probably in our own time or in our children's time. But ma'am, it's a reality of life. Today, in today's world, you know, in time past, the ship comes in, chandler will bring in the product and deliver to the ship. Now things can be delivered to the ship using a drone.
Yeah.
So the ship need not even come to port. All they do from the office, clear with the custom, and the drone takes it and delivers to the vessel. So it's a new world. It's a new world, and there's no place. There's no hiding place. We can't be sheltered from it. We just have to latch onto it. Start planning. Start preparing towards that. You know, because if not, yes, we still have manned vessels, but when you look at the costs, then it is going to push you into signing up as soon as you can. So that's my thought, man. My thought is that I'm a firm believer that Mars will eventually take over.
Thank you very much, Captain. So, well, hopefully, maybe to be in our lifetime, because artificial intelligence is taking over almost every aspect of our lives. But it will be interesting to see how that pans out in Africa. So
sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
On a lighter note, somebody said Mars, the Mars autonomous vessel will be the end of pirates. Pirates go on board. Who are they going to kidnap? Kidnap the computer?
That's very, very interesting. But then we can't wait until then to tackle piracy. So that would be very interesting. But they might want to take the cargo, because there will still be cargo on board the vessels anyway. They will just not be able to kidnap the crew for ransom. Thank you so very much, Captain Umoren, for such an exciting session. And I'm sure our participants too have enjoyed every moment spent. I want to say thank you to you on behalf of Zoe Maritime for coming and presenting such a well-researched and expertly delivered paper. Thank you very much, Captain Umoren. So I will hand over to the personnel at Zoe Maritime. And thank you so much again for having me moderate this exciting session. Bye.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your insights. And I want to thank Captain Umoren for his very detailed presentation. We have all been glued to our screens, you know, trying to follow up with the innovation that have come in respect of his engagement with the Abuja MOU. Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Captain. We have come to the end of the day one of the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021. I hope you have all enjoyed the sessions, and we wish that you join us again tomorrow for another exciting package. Tomorrow we'll be talking about women in maritime, and we shall also talk about maritime training, education, and law. Somebody asked a question about what business opportunities, you know, abound in ship inspection. So tomorrow we'll be dealing with the opportunities that abound in the maritime industry at a larger scale. I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions in that regard. But for now, we have to go and relax ourselves so that we can be fully prepared for tomorrow. We want to thank our sponsors, the National Inland Waterway Authority and Fitzwilliam Ventures Limited. We thank you very much for your support of the LIMW 2021. And we ask that you join us again tomorrow for another interesting edition, another session, which is day 2 of the week. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your evening. Please, ladies and gentlemen, the feedback forms are still available. If you have not filled them, please do so. It's very important to us. We need your input on some of the ideas that are raised there, the issues. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.